But AT&T recently revealed that 73 million customer records were released, both existing and former customers, on the dark web. If my information was compromised in an AT&T data breach, I'm not worried because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work to keep me safe. I value my privacy and I also value yours. You can go to aura.com/AV7 to start your free 2-week trial using this service. Also linked below in the description. Protect your information today, guys. It's super important, and I cannot tell you how much time it will save you in the event that you get into a jam. Let's get into today's video. Good morning. I know y'all been waiting. You're like, where are you, AV? Where are you? Where are you? Where is she? Where's the Chatterhood? Let's go. How are y'all doing? Happy Tuesday. Hope you had a great Tuesday. So far, so good. We've heard the news about Diddy, and that is actually why we had a little bit of a late start this morning. Last night, we had a late night stream, and shout out to so many of you guys that joined us for it. I was tired as hell. So we took that down and we're going to chop it up into clips. So don't worry, nothing's wrong with the stream. We chose to take it down and make it into a condensed video. And also, I'm going to poll you guys in a second before we get started on the YSL thing. I mean, we're a trial streaming channel. You know, I could read y'all legal documents, but like so many of these, you know, people that are breaking the news, they're not legal people, right? So, and also it's an indictment. Talk to me when Diddy goes to trial. How about that, right? Like, let's do that later. So I'm going to ask you guys what you think in a second with a poll with the whole Diddy thing. But yes, he has been arrested yesterday, late last night, along with his sons. So that story is developing. I think in about 10 minutes, there is going to be a press conference on Law and Crime where federal investigators are going to be discussing the status of the case. If we have time, maybe we'll check it out. But honestly, I'm going to ask y'all what you think, and then we'll go from there. Without further delay, let us jump into the YSL trial. So my understanding is that Detective Thorpe is on the stand today. Overnight, we did see the warrant for the arrest of Little D. That was the talk of the town yesterday. You know, poor Little D has sickle cell and he also had pneumonia. So, you know, they locked him up over the weekend. My understanding is that he's at Grady right now and getting treatment, but I did see his attorney in the courtroom this morning as well. So we'll see how that all shakes up. We've got a ton of TiVo time. We'll probably be able to skip through lunch. But let's go ahead and jump on in and let me know what you guys have in your cup this morning. I've got the nice big blue guy today, and I think this is a Verona blend. So we're going to jump on in and see that. Ooh, I'm presenting the wrong thing. We need to do this one. All right, let's jump in, guys. See where they picked it up from. Looks like they had a long break in the morning. I love when Thug throws his hair back like that. And the audio people should have been there last night, so that's interesting. No sound yet.
State, you may call your next witness.
Okay, here we go.
State Constitution. Detective Jim Thorpe.
All right.
Yeah, we were up to like 2 a.m. my time. Okay, what I also saw is Diddy referenced a detective being a squirrel brain. That is this detective here.
I swear. State and spell the first and last name loudly into the microphone, court.
Yes, sir. Detective J. Thorpe Jr., Thorpe. Jim.
Good morning, Detective Thorpe.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you?
Fine.
Good. Detective Thorpe, would you please introduce yourself to the jury by telling them where it is you currently work?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Jim Thorpe Jr., City of Atlanta.
Hang on just a second. You're gonna have to use the mic, Miss Love. Can you hear the witness?
Yes.
All right.
All right, if everyone can hear me and can stand the static, I'm going to use this
Thank
one.
you.
Thank you. Would you, go ahead, I apologize. Tell the jury where it is that you currently work.
Yes, ma'am. I currently work City of Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked at the City of Atlanta Police Department in the homicide unit?
I work with the City of Atlanta now for 30 years and 9 months.
All right. Have you worked as a homicide detective the entire time?
Yes, ma'am, 20 years.
Now, 30 years and 9 months and 20 years are different. So what did you do when you first started working with the Atlanta Police Department?
My first assignment,
Okay, cannot hear you if you don't use the mic, and I'm sorry that it's staticky. Maybe one day we could get that fixed also, but we're just gonna have to endure the static.
Yes, Your Honor. Try to minimize it. What did you do when you first started working with the Atlanta Police Department?
yes, ma'am. The first assignment was the Atlanta Police Zone 3 Precinct Evening Watch Mobile Patrol.
That would have been in what year that you started that?
I started Mobile Patrol in 95.
What types of activities did you conduct as a Zone 3 Evening Watch Mobile Patrol officer?
Answering 911 calls, dealing with all types of calls of accidents, suspicious persons, shootings, robberies, burglaries, car thefts.
Okay. There we go.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury what parts of Zone 3 you patrolled as a patrolman in Zone 3 Evening Watch.
Then the beat I was assigned was called 304, and that beat was mostly around Metropolitan Parkway, Sylvan Road, leading up to Cleveland Avenue and Lakewood Avenue.
How much of Cleveland Avenue did you patrol?
It would depend on if we were short an officer, they would reposition my team. It was 2 officers assigned to the beat 304. So either one of us could get pulled, and usually around Cleveland Avenue, that was the 308 beat. And we pretty much control all of Cleveland, 75, 85, north and south, Jonesboro Road, and all the streets surrounding Old Hayville and streets like that.
Okay. As a homicide detective, are you restricted to one zone only, or do you work the entire city of Atlanta?
We work the entire city of Atlanta.
Are you familiar with the neighborhood surrounding Cleveland Avenue and including Cleveland Avenue today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury whether it's different, the same, or in some ways both to 95 as between today and then?
Sustained.
All right. How do you describe the neighborhood of Cleveland Avenue back in 1995? How would you describe it in terms of the community?
Community, like a better terminology, wasn't aggressive. That part of the Cleveland Avenue really was not a high crime area or gang activity respondent back in 95 to 97.
And that was the length of time that you worked evening patrol, 95 to 97?
Yes, ma'am.
And typically, what types of crimes did you have the most opportunity to respond to in that area?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Mostly shootings, like I said, robberies, burglaries, things of that nature.
Would you describe for the jury your, you mentioned there was not a lot of particular kind of activity. Did that change? Has that changed today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a particular kind of crime that you see more of today that you did not see back in 95?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury what types those are?
Mostly gang activity shootings, related shootings.
Now, after you left Evening Watch Patrol of Zone 3, what station did you take up at APD?
Yes, ma'am. I was transferred to the Red Dog unit, evening watch and day watch.
How long did you work the Red Dog unit?
About 3 to 4 years.
Now, after the Red Dog unit, what was your assignment?
I was promoted from the Red Dog unit to a detective, and my first assignment was the burglary unit,
And what year was that?
2000. No, 2000, yes, ma'am.
Prior to joining the Atlanta Police Department, would you tell the jury what your education was?
Yes, ma'am. Graduate of high school on time, associate's degree, and at that time I went into the military, U.S. Army.
How long did you serve in the Army?
Roughly about 6 years.
And what was your station? What was your job in the Army? Without getting into too much detail, just generally speaking.
Soldier.
Okay. Are you originally from Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to Atlanta after you left the Army?
No, ma'am. I was here.
Okay. After you joined the burglary unit, tell the jury what your responsibilities included.
Investigating burglaries, whether it was commercial or residential burglaries.
Was there a particular area of Atlanta you were responsible for?
Yes, ma'am. My primary zone was the Zone 1, and my secondary was Zone 3.
What area of Zone 1 were you responsible for? I'm sorry about that static.
That's fine. We believe if anyone's familiar with the Bluff area, Donnelly, Hollowell, Hollywood Road, everything over in that general Perry Boulevard.
Hang on one second. I'm trying to solve this problem.
Oh, Jesus. I thought they had people in there yesterday.
Is that me, Judge, or is that?
I have no idea.
All right. What was your position with the robbery unit?
Detective, and my primary zone was Zone 3. The secondary zone was Zone 1.
Were you patrolling the same or responsible for the same area in the robbery unit as you had been when you were in a Zone 3 evening watch patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am. Except I had the whole entire zone.
Okay.
I mean, yes, the whole entire zone,
All
A
right.
sector and B sector.
Did you interact often with the residents of Zone 3?
Yes.
During your time as a patrol officer and as a detective in the robbery unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your interaction only when you were arresting people or investigating suspects?
No, ma'am.
What other types of interactions did you have?
At that time, I was also working at part-time as an Atlanta Public School resource officer. And the school I was assigned was the Crawford Long Middle School, which is right off of Cleveland Avenue.
Would you tell the jury what years those were that you worked as a Crawford Long Middle School resource officer?
I would say it'd be from 2001 to 2012, 2013.
And what were your responsibilities as a resource officer with Crawford Long?
Primarily maintaining the safety and security of the school, walking around, patrolling the grounds, make sure the teachers' cars or anyone visiting the school wasn't cars were getting broken in, things of that nature.
Did you have interaction with the students outside of investigating car break-ins and the like?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe for the jury what types of interactions that you'd have with the students at Crawford Long Middle School?
Oh.
Your Honor, as it pertains to particular people that are involved in this case, his knowledge of them and the jury's awareness of his foundation.
His attention to that.
Did you interact with the court's indulgence? I'd just like to ask a broader question and narrow it down. I won't prolong that. Did you interact with the students and converse with them on a personal level?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with the students' parents at times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with a student by the name of Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe your, when you first met Quindarius Zachary, how old was he?
I say he had to be about 11 years old.
And in what capacity did you interact with him? Was it,
Usually times when he was misbehaving, and I would just take him to the side and talk to him rather than seeing him being suspended or suffering school punishment. I'd try and talk the kids to the side, get them out of trouble, and once again, put them back into the classroom.
All right, so chat, I just asked you guys, and I know a lot of people are coming in, but we can wait during the break, but they are live right now with the Diddy press conference if you want to see it. I'm looking at the poll. Is light on votes. 73% of you guys want to see the Diddy press conference. Let me know if you want to right now by putting a 1 in the chat or voting. If y'all are like, no, we don't want to see it, then we won't play it. But I don't know, it's live. So we can switch over there, and shout out to Legally Shay. She sent me the indictment. So I have that. We can look at it later. I see a lot of 1s. Because the court is on break right now. It really is just going to take us an hour. I see 1s. I see a majority of 1s. So why don't we just knock it out right now? Okay, everybody's saying during the break. You're saying 1s. Let me see. This is hard. Because to be honest, guys, I'm kind of done with the whole Diddy thing. Like, I'm done talking about it. I really don't want to talk about it. There's people coming up and answering. I'm just looking at the feed. I have it. It's up right now. Some people are watching it. It looks like it's still early on. Let's do it during the break. I'm sorry, y'all. Let's just do it during the break. I think that's better.
what year was that you got to meet Quindarius Zachary?
Can I recall right offhand? Probably around 2010, maybe.
Did you establish any level of trust with the students? Would they come to you and talk with you about things that they were encountering?
Yes, ma'am.
As students?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say you talked to them, did you talk with them only about scholastic things, or did you talk with them about things like getting involved with groups that they shouldn't get involved with?
Yes, ma'am. All of the above.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Back then in 2010, did you see any signs of what you believe to be the formation of gang activity within Crawford Long?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what was it that you saw that led you to believe that?
The kids was constantly discussing the gang that was starting to sprout. They was calling themselves the Red Cartel.
No, I heard you, and it looks like Mr. Schart's also about to say something.
Same objection.
thing. Overruled.
You may continue.
Yes, they would say something about a gang sprouting up called the Red Cartel.
You may continue.
Okay. They call themselves the Red Cartel, and they was becoming very prominent over in the Cleveland, Springdale, Cleveland Avenue area, Old Hateville area, Macon Drive area.
Apart from hearing the name Red Cartel, did you see any indicators or signs of the ways that people calling themselves Red Cartel identify themselves?
They would mostly wear the color red.
Did you ever see them, without specifically showing any gang signs, did you ever see them display any signals that were seemingly unique to members of the group itself?
No,
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I don't believe that there's a proper foundation for this witness.
Your Honor,
Is this the first time this witness has testified?
yes.
Okay, you need to lay a foundation.
Okay.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. When you started out as a school resource officer at Crawford Long Middle School. Would you describe for the jury what type of training that you had with the Atlanta Police Department?
And basic training along with interviews, interrogation training, also burglary and robbery. And later during that tenure, I was transferred to the homicide unit, which I received numerous homicide classes and training.
What training or experience did you have that caused you to form or to believe that you recognized gang activity when you saw it at Crawford Long Middle School?
Basically just growing up. I was prominent in Chicago.
You're from Chicago?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What part of Chicago?
South Side.
Now, what did you see growing up that caused you to believe that what you were looking at Crawford Long were signs of gang activity?
It was the same standard. Kids would wear like red bandanas or clothing of red, some article on them with red. Usually the red bandana, we call it flagging. Show people who you represented. At that time, once I received that information, I notified the gang unit.
Your
And
Honor,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to relevance, lack of foundation, and this line of questioning, I don't believe is going to lay a foundation. So that's why I'm saying relevance as well.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. You may continue. Please speak to the jury.
Okay. At that time, I notified the Atlanta Police gang unit, and they confirmed that that it was.
Sustained.
Without speaking specifically
Okay.
about confirmation in particular instances, more broadly speaking, when you did see things that you believe were gang activity, did you notify the gang unit?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Why did you do that?
Just to alert them and to get more information for myself.
In talking with the kids at Crawford Long Middle School, did they confide in you about their involvement in, for instance, groups like Red Cartel? I'm not asking what they said.
Sustained.
Okay. Without speaking specifically about what they said, what types of things beyond what you've already testified about did you gather from the students that allowed you to help them navigate?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right, love.
How often
Starting
did you
off
talk with
shaky.
students' parents?
Usually when they come to pick up the kids or student got in trouble.
And when you saw things that concerned you that you alerted the gang unit about, did you ever talk to the students' parents about those same things?
Overruled.
You may tell the jury.
The parents that were receptive of listening, there were some that wanted to hear, and there were some that didn't want to hear.
Did you ever speak with groups of students, or was it just individual ones about trying to stay out of or trying to avoid particular pitfalls? Your Honor, I am.
Overruled.
You can continue.
Yes, I would talk to them in a group or talk to them individually.
And were the subjects of the conversation always how to stay out of trouble?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you share with the students the information that you had from growing up or other sources about gang activity?
Sustained.
In what ways, beyond talking to the students, did you attempt to keep students from being involved in gangs?
Sustained.
Did the information that you were able to gather from the students in any way inform your investigations and ability to get information about criminal investigations later on as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
I developed rapport with several of the kids. A trust was formed, and they would, if they see me out on the scene, anywhere near that, they'll come to me next day in school and say, "Hey, officer."
Generally speaking,
Yes,
they would come to you and would they offer you information?
yes, ma'am.
Other than Quindarius Zachary, were you familiar with any other persons that, through your investigation in this case, that you came in contact with?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were you familiar with during your time as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object under 404A.
Max is lighting her up.
What's your response?
Off to a rough start.
Your Honor, I'm not certain what exactly the,
Maybe tailor your question.
okay. What other persons did you know during your time as a school resource officer that you also interacted with or taught or gained knowledge about during this case?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Do you understand the objection? Can you tailor your?
Did you know any other, Trontavia Stevens? Did you know Trontavia Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What age did you learn about or did you meet Trontavia Stevens?
At age 11.
Was he a student as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he a student at Crawford Long Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Shannon Stillwell as a young person?
No, I did not know Shannon Stillwell.
Did you know Diamante Kendricks?
I knew of him. I never had any interaction with him.
Did you know of him as a young child?
Yes, I think as he was getting to high school, yes.
What about Quentin Porter? Did you know of him?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he a young child or was he an older person when you got to know him or
Uh,
knew of him?
I believe I met him when he was in 7th or 8th grade.
Okay. Of the people that you've named so far that you met, did you interact with them in the same way that you did with Quindarius Zachary, or did they not talk with you as much?
They talked with me, but that was about it. They talked, but they never.
Okay. All right. What year was it that you were promoted to a homicide detective?
2004.
And during your time as a homicide detective, have you been recognized or given any special awards for your work as a homicide detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your
Tell
Honor,
the ju-
relevance.
Sustained.
Would you tell the jury how many homicides you've investigated during your time as a homicide detective?
Close to over, maybe as lead and assistant, probably close to 300, maybe more than that.
Now, were all of these within the city of Atlanta, or did you ever have an occasion to interact with or investigate crimes that were outside the city of Atlanta but connected with crimes that you were investigating in the city of Atlanta?
Yes, part of Atlanta is also in DeKalb County, so I worked some cases that was Atlanta, DeKalb County, and also Atlanta, Fulton County.
Would you describe for the jury some of the training that you received as a homicide detective that allowed you to perform your duties, that was different than the training you received as a patrol officer or a burglary detective?
Yes, interviews and interrogations, reading crime scenes, logging things, crime scene processing.
And as a homicide detective, were you involved in investigations that related to purported gang activity?
I'll repeat that again, ma'am.
As a homicide detective, did your investigations ever involve gang activity, the
Yes.
homicide investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you share information with other law enforcement officers as it related to gang-related homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
And how, if ever, you were trained to recognize gang activity while you were performing your investigations? What kind of training have you received?
It was the processing of the scene, doing thorough background checks on the victim or witnesses, finding out different incidents may have happened at the location prior to the homicide incident.
Did your rapport with community members aid you in furthering your investigations as it related to potential
Objection, Your Honor,
gang
leading.
homicides?
Objection, what?
Leading.
Sustained.
What about your interactions with the community, if anything, helped you learn more when you were investigating gang-related homicides?
Yes, I would go talk to people that lived in the area of the incident. And at that time, I take them to the side and have a low-key conversation with them, and they'll advise me of, well, this is what they've been hearing, or this is what they know.
Did you always identify the people who gave you information as witnesses? Or were there times when people gave you information and didn't want to be identified?
Correct. There's several times people want to give information, but didn't want to get involved any further than that.
And did you respect their wishes not to be involved, or did you list them and sort of out them as having given you information?
No, I respect their wishes.
Okay. Would you tell the jury, as a homicide detective, how it is that you come to be assigned to any particular homicide?
What we have in Atlanta Police Homicide Unit is called a unit rotation. So it doesn't matter if you work one of the other shifts, day watch, which is 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., or evening watch, which is 2 to 12 midnight. It's kind of like a pitcher rotation in baseball. If you catch a case today, you're not due to catch a case until you come back up. So say there's 30 detectives. If you're number one, you go down to number 30. Number 2 becomes number 1. Number 3 comes number 2.
Friendly reminder to hit the like button, guys. Thank you.
And it goes like that. So it doesn't matter if you're off or it's past your shift time. If the call comes up, you have to come in and respond to it.
And during the time that you're not up, is that the time that you're able to investigate whatever homicides that you do catch on your rotation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrive on a scene of a homicide, are there any particular steps that you take to jumpstart your investigation?
Upon arriving, I try and brief with the first responding officers and first responding detective on the scene, see what information he or she has gathered prior to my arrival.
Is it your practice, has it been your practice to attempt to identify witnesses on scene if there are any?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your practice to identify or attempt to identify surveillance footage if there is any?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you go about determining whether or not there is surveillance footage at a particular location?
We walk around and you try and see if there's cameras fixated on the structures, or you go inside and see if there's door ring cameras on some of the residents, or you go inside the business and see if they have a camera that may be facing out their front windows.
As the lead detective, do you delegate responsibilities in the investigation of the homicides that you're responsible for, or do you handle every aspect of that investigation?
We delegate.
What types of activities do you delegate to other persons?
Depending on how many homicide detectives on the scene, I have them do what is called a neighborhood canvas. They automatically go around, start knocking and talking to people, and also looking for surveillance cameras, things of that nature.
And do you work with the VIC unit to determine whether or not there are? Do you ever work with the VIC unit?
Overruled.
Yes.
It's not doing well.
And
on
how
questions
long have
today.
you worked with the VIC unit?
Since their first inception and becoming into work with the APD, we usually call down and ask them, do they have any VIC cameras in the immediate area? And they're able to tell us they have cameras at this location, either facing north, east, south, or west. At that time, we give them the time frame of the incident, and they're able to go back and take a look and see exactly if they have any footage of anything that may be relevant to our homicide investigation.
Has the number of VIC cameras remained constant over the time that you've worked as a homicide detective?
No, ma'am.
Would you explain how they've not remained constant? Have they increased, decreased?
They're increased because of the success of the video integration camera systems.
Because of the what now?
Video integration camera system that is increased because of their reliability.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury whether license plate readers and
Thanks,
VIC
Mike.
cameras are the same or different?
They're different.
Thank you, Michael. So it looks like it was a quick press conference, so we will do that on break. If it's like a 16-minute press conference, we can read that. I actually have the full 14-page indictment as well. So if we have some time, we can briefly skim through it. But again, you know, it's hard to cover 2 trials at once. When he goes to court, enters a courthouse, then we could trial stream that. But, you know, we also don't want to confuse the algorithm with 2 different topics, you know? So it's tough. But even last night, I'm just watching the performance on the Diddy thing. I don't know if it's worth the time, but we'll check it out just out of curiosity. But let's keep going.
The license plate reader picks up on a tag of a vehicle, stores it in, as they would tell you exactly which direction that vehicle has been traveling, what other LPR readers it has hit on. So you can go back and backtrack to see exactly where that vehicle may have started or came from.
Is there any particular information you need to be able to track a vehicle with license plate readers?
Sometimes we're able to give a make and model
Mhm.
and description of the vehicle.
Mhm.
And once again, the LPR teams are able to go in and say, okay, we found this vehicle that looks like the vehicle you're talking about. We see that the license plate reader is showing that it was in the immediate area at the time of the incident.
Okay. Now, have license plate readers always been in effect within the city of Atlanta during your time?
No, ma'am.
And do you know or remember when you all first would have had access to license plate readers?
I want to say probably around maybe 2018, 2019.
Has the number of license plate readers since that time that you're familiar with remained constant, increased, decreased, or something in the middle?
Increased.
And how do you know how it's determined where a license plate reader will be placed?
No, I tend to think that it's based on the high activity of traffic or whatever in that particular area, and also the crimes that may occur in that area.
And does the Atlanta Police Department decide where license plate readers will be placed?
I believe it's decided by City Hall and the police department talking together.
All right. And what about video integration unit cameras, VIC cameras? Who decides where those will be placed?
Same thing. I think it's a joint collaboration between City Hall and the Atlanta Police Department.
All right. Do you obtain knowledge about whether license plate readers caught any particular information in the same way or different than you get information about VIC cameras? Or to ask a better question, how do you learn whether or not there are license plate readers that may have captured something you need in your investigation?
Once again, we'll call and see.
Sustained.
Your Honor, how do you know where the license plate readers are that might have captured something of interest in your investigation?
We call the unit and they'll tell us if they have a license plate reader in the immediate area, and they'll tell us exactly where it's positioned.
Okay.
And what direction it's facing.
All right.
Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking, was with me late last night on that late night Diddy stream. He has gifted you guys 20 memberships. Very, very sweet of him to do. The Trinidaddy has been rocking with me all day yesterday, and here we are today, and he's gifting memberships. If you got one, please say thank you. Let's go back to watching Glove and some of the shenanigans that are happening here.
Would you describe for the jury where the Summerhill community is located?
It's located off of Rev. David Abernathy at McDaniel Glen area.
Okay.
Down where the old Fulton County Turner Field used to be.
How much time have you spent working in that area?
I would say majority of the whole entire of my career, 30 years.
Are you familiar with the Castleberry Hills area of Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how often have you worked in that area?
Per my patrol as a Red Dog officer and responding as a burglary detective, robbery detective, and homicide detective.
330 McDaniel Street. What area is that in?
That is the zone 1, zone 5 area. This is like a border.
Okay. And when you say border, is it a border between different communities?
No, it's a border between the zones.
Okay. What communities make up that area?
It's both residential, apartment buildings, businesses.
And is 330 McDaniel Street in Fulton County?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Did you have an occasion to respond to that location on January 10th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
What time, if you recall, did you respond?
I believe I received the call around 9:30 p.m. from Detective Darren Smith of the Atlanta Police Homicide Unit. He advised me that there was 3 subjects shot at that location.
Are you called only when there is a confirmed death? Or are you called before you know whether or not someone has died?
It depends on the status of the paramedics when they transport. If they say the person is low critical, we respond because there's a good chance that they might not survive once they get down to Grady.
When you responded on January 10th, 2015, did you have any confirmed deaths?
Not until I arrived on the scene.
What information or what were you responding to?
I responded to 3 subjects that were shot. One is low critical, one is in critical condition, one is in critical but stable condition.
And would you tell the jury what the names of those 3 subjects were?
Yes, ma'am. The first subject that was in critical condition was Donovan Thomas.
Mhm.
And I want to make sure I pronounce their names right. You might look at my notes.
No, and
Okay.
if you, I'll hand you a copy of your report.
Yes, ma'am. Second subject that was in critical condition was Reginald Hendricks, and the third that was in critical but stable was Cardarius Sanders.
Now, did you have an opportunity when you arrived on scene to speak with either of those 3 people?
No, ma'am, they was already transported to Grady.
When you arrived on scene, had the scene already been cordoned off or roped off?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived on scene, was there any other homicide detective already there assisting or directing?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Smith was on scene.
Now, was Detective Smith up in the rotation or was
No,
it
ma'am.
yours?
No, ma'am.
So when a detective is not up in rotation, how is it that one homicide detective would be working a scene before you, if it's your homicide?
Yes, ma'am. That depending on how many subjects, how many detectives are working that day. There's a lead detective that will go out to the scene, gather the information, start processing, and they'll notify the next up homicide detective that there's a call and there's 3 subjects, like on this day, 3 subjects that were shot.
How familiar with you were the area of 330 McDaniel Street before you got that call on January 10th, 2015?
Very familiar.
Had you ever interacted with persons in that area on a casual basis as opposed to during an investigation?
Yes, ma'am, doing an investigation.
And when you say during an investigation, is it only during investigations that you interacted with persons in that area?
Yes, ma'am. Just about. Yes, ma'am.
Were there or was there an apartment complex in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the name of the apartment complex?
No, not off the top of my head, no. I believe that one across the street, down the street was Castleberry Apartments.
Okay. Were you familiar with or had you had any occasion to visit or be familiar with Castleberry Hills Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got on scene, did you make any efforts to locate surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury what efforts you took to locate surveillance footage.
Immediately that caught my attention was there was cameras fixed on the barbershop at 330 McDaniel Street. Also, I noticed that there were surveillance cameras down at the gas station at the intersection of McDaniel Street and Northside Drive.
Was it daytime, nighttime? something in the middle when you arrived on scene?
Um,
I did not ask that question. No.
We know, yeah, we know the time, so.
Let me ask a better question. Was there daylight, moonlight? Was there natural light for you to see on scene when you arrived there?
No, the street was lit up with city lights.
And how were you able to see the cameras that you were able to identify?
They were just fixed on the building, so you can look up and see the cameras.
At the time that you saw them, did you know whether or not they were working?
No, I did not.
Did you take steps to find out?
Yes, I talked to the owners.
All right. And when that happens, are you able to get the camera footage on scene immediately, or do you do something to get that footage?
Yes, ma'am. I contact the cyber crimes unit, who goes out and retrieve all type of video surveillance for us.
Detective Teague, are you familiar with Detective Teague?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does Detective Teague do for you during your investigation?
Detective T went to those different locations and downloaded the video surveillance from those locations. I gave him the dates and the times.
Did you, at the time, know whether there were, or did you learn if there were any surveillance cameras at the apartments across the street from 330 McDaniel Street?
As I walked over there the next day, I saw that there was no cameras facing McDaniel Street.
And what other efforts, if any, did you take to get surveillance footage or any kind of captured footage of what happened at 330 McDaniel Street?
It was just those two locations that had cameras.
When you said that you went to the Texaco, where were you focusing? Where was it that you understood the shooting to have occurred?
The shooting happened right in front of the barbershop.
That is
The
correct.
vehicle was traveling down McDaniel Street to Northside Drive and made a right onto Northside Drive. And that would place it right in the path of the Texaco cameras.
How did you learn what the vehicle did without saying anything that anyone specific told you? How did you learn?
People that was on the scene.
Okay. And at the time, on scene, the night of January 10, 2015, did you get any specific details about the make and model of the car? Any definitive details?
No, ma'am, except that it was probably a silver or a light gray colored vehicle.
Okay. When the Atlanta Police Department investigates a homicide, do they have ways of soliciting information from the public that might assist in the investigation?
Yes, we have what is called the Crime Stoppers Hotline. Information given that leads to a portion of the investigation or successful arrest of the investigation. There's a $2,000 reward for any information given.
And where do you display that? Do you put it on TV? Do you put it in newspapers or something else?
It is displayed on TV, and also we post flyers around the neighborhood.
Did you do this with the McDaniel Street murder that you investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you put on TV?
Basically, there was a subject that came inside with an assault rifle. When I identified who that person was, because they were not on scene when I got there.
Now, when you say a subject that came inside with an assault rifle, inside where?
The barbershop, I'm sorry, the barbershop.
And why did you put that particular footage on?
Because I want to see what this person was a person of interest that may be related to the shooting itself, that he may have been one of the shooters.
Did you later learn whether that person had any relationship to either of the victims?
Yes.
And what did you learn that person's relationship was to either of the victims?
I learned through the parent that was their son and the brother of the decedent.
Other than the footage of the person going into the barbershop, did you have any other footage displayed on television to try and help in your investigation?
I believe we just closed captioned the screen of the vehicle coming by. We didn't show the actual shooting itself, just the vehicle.
And when you say closed caption the screen, did you do a still shot or did you play a portion of a video surveillance?
Yes, what we did, we condensed it down so that the shot would just show that's the vehicle coming down the street. And we had a couple of still shots in there of the vehicle, but we never showed the victims getting shot themselves.
And did you show footage from the barbershop or the Texaco?
The barbershop.
Did you ever display any footage from the Texaco on TV?
No, ma'am.
How do you decide which footage you're going to put out there and which footage you're going to hold back?
Based on the relevance, because the Texaco did not show the actual shooting itself. The barbershop did.
To your knowledge, did you all get Crime Stoppers calls or people calling in after you put up the video from in front of the barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived on scene, were there people who were willing to talk with you and have their names listed as witnesses?
There are people willing to talk, but they don't want to list their names.
And how did they make that known to you?
Simply by giving me the information. And I said, you want to come down and talk to me? And they're like, no, that's all from as far as I'm getting involved. This is who was involved.
Are you able to force people to get involved more when you're conducting crime scene investigations?
No, ma'am.
Are you not able to take people down to the police station if they tell you that they have some information?
We can ask for their consent. If they say no and we force them down, that's called kidnapping.
Okay.
Really? It's called kidnapping?
Did you have any persons that you were able to talk to, but you were able to also list out their names?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember who those people were?
One person in particular was a person by the name of Spencer Wright.
Now, let me ask you this. Was at the time you went to 330 McDaniel Street on January 10th, 2015, did you see a Spencer Wright on scene?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk with a Spencer Wright on scene?
No, ma'am.
How long after January 10th, 2015, did you talk with Spencer Wright? Without saying anything Spencer Wright said?
Probably around the month of October 2015, maybe.
And was there anyone with you when you learned of Spencer Wright?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Gaither of the Games Unit.
When you
It's the
first
cat, she is.
began your investigation into Donovan Thomas Jr.'s murder, was it a joint investigation with the gang unit, or did you do something to have them become involved?
you.
It was a
I love
joint
Scanny.
investigation. They were providing me with information and intel dealing, stemming from their investigations on gang-related activities. And what they deemed may be relevant for my investigation, they passed it on to me.
Did you delegate any duties to members of the gang unit to aid you in your investigation?
So this,
Or better yet, did they offer up assistance?
yes, ma'am.
Who within the gang unit offered up assistance in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder?
Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis.
Did you gain information that allowed you to interview people in relation to the homicide without saying any information that you gained, just yes or no? Did you get information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you conduct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, the night of the homicide, did you direct anyone to reach out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you direct to reach out to you?
Kenneth Copeland.
How did you reach
Ooh,
out, or how did you
nobody-
direct Kenneth Copeland to reach out to you?
Upon returning to the homicide office so I can start my investigation, I got alerted by the Zone 3 Morning Watch Mobile Patrol of a shooting that just happened on Van Ira.
Mhm.
And from what the officers gathered was that this was,
Sustained.
We won't talk with
Okay.
you about the officers on Van Ira
okay.
and what they said.
Okay, ma'am.
But were you able to determine whose residence or what was on Van Ira at that location that the officer told you about?
Yes, it was Kenneth Copeland's baby mother's house.
All right.
Facts, Caleb.
And how did that cause you? Why was that of interest? And to ask a better question, what did you do after you spoke with the officer about the shooting on Van Ira?
At that time, I went out to the scene myself.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody on scene at Van Ira?
Yes.
Who did you speak with without saying what they said?
I believe her last name was, now that I look at the notes.
Nope, I don't mind at all.
I don't want to mess up her last name, Quartermain.
Was-
Deshaun.
Deshaun
Quartermain.
Quarterman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you speak with anyone else?
I spoke with Kenneth Copeland over her phone, over her cell phone.
All right. What did you see at Van Ira that caused you to be interested in talking to Kenneth Copeland? What did you see?
There were assault style rounds, spent shell casings in the middle of the street.
Now, were you able to see what type of shell casings, if any, were on scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type, if you recall, did you observe on scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
At 330
DC,
McDaniel Street, there were
very sweet of you.
7.62
Bless
assault
Daniel.
rifle rounds. There were 45 caliber rounds and 9mm caliber rounds.
How familiar are you with firearms?
Very familiar.
And what training have you received in firearms over your career, not only as a law enforcement officer, but in the military?
Extensive.
Tell the jury what kind of training.
Basically, the uses of the weapon, the safety of the weapon, and what particular weapon is able to fire, what kind of round.
All right. Have you had occasion to fire those type of weapons that you saw shell casings for on scene at 330?
Yes, ma'am.
What you saw on Van Ira, were they similar type rounds? Not necessarily caliber, were they similar or different?
They were assault rifle rounds, so they similar but not similar.
Okay. And when you say similar but not similar, could you explain a little bit more?
The 7.62 rounds that was recovered from 330 McDaniel Street are
Oh my gosh, I'm over here on mute this whole time. Shout out to Brandon Lesko. Just wanted to let you know I'm checking. It does look like yours shipped out, so you should be getting that very, very soon. Shipped out about 4 days ago, so keep an eye on that. What I was also saying, guys, is we actually have a surprise for you in our merch store right now. You're gonna love it. I'm telling you. I'll tell you during break, but you're gonna love it.
typically fired from AK-47 assault rifle. Any rifle built off that schematic. The rounds that we recovered from Van Ira was rounds that is associated with the AR-15
Okay.
assault rifle.
Do you recall how many rounds you observed at Van Ira?
I want to say possibly 10 to 12, or 10 to 15, something like that.
Did you observe any damage to any structures or property at Van Ira?
Yes, there were some defects to the residence.
Were there any people shot at Van Ira?
No, ma'am.
Were there people at home at the time that the residence was shot up or something different?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How long did you stay on scene at 330 McDaniel Street from when you first arrived?
I believe I arrived probably about 4, maybe 5 hours.
Okay. So approximately what time did you leave?
I left probably around 1:30 a.m.
And what time would you say that you went to check out Van Ira?
Probably about, the call came in, I want to say probably around 1:45 a.m.
And how long, where were you when that call came in? Had you made it back to police headquarters or were
Yes,
you
ma'am.
still on scene?
I made it back to police headquarters.
And how long did it take you to get to Van Ira after you got that call?
Probably about 10 minutes.
Did Deshaun Quarterman offer to have you speak with Mr. Copeland, or did you ask her to call Mr. Copeland?
I asked her to call Mr. Copeland.
Did she tell you her relationship to him before you asked her to call him?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to get his phone number from her or any information like that?
No, ma'am.
How long did you speak with Mr. Copeland?
Roughly about maybe 3 minutes, just to let him know that he needs to come down to the office and talk to me.
She did not give us a guesstimate on this one.
Did he come down to the office and talk to you?
Yes, he did.
Do you have any idea how long after you asked him to come down and talk to you that actually arrived at the police station?
I want to say probably between 20 to 30 minutes.
When he came to the police station, do you recall, did you meet him in an interview room at the police station?
No, actually, I met him.
Oh,
No.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I met him in the rear of the police headquarters.
Okay.
I was standing by. I'm sorry, I was standing by with his brother, waiting for him to get there.
Who is his brother?
I forgot his brother's name. I don't recall his brother's name.
And we don't
Are you
hear
familiar
much
with
about-
anyone by the name of Runtrez Brock?
Yes,
Do you remember whether that was the brother or? was it-
yes. Rontrez Brock was the brother.
Now, how is it that you came to be standing there with Runtrez Brock?
Because he got word that people was coming after his brother.
When you met with Mr. Copeland and his brother behind the police department, was that something usual that you do? Like, why do you meet behind the police department as opposed to?
It was easier parking for them.
Okay.
Instead of having to park and walk all the way up, I just said, meet me here. I can get your brother in, get him upstairs and talk to him.
And did you get Mr. Copeland in and upstairs to talk to him?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Copeland, do you remember what his demeanor was like? Whether he was sad, happy, excitable, based on what you could observe and see, or something wholly different?
It was something totally different. He was even killed, and he just kept asking, he don't know why people putting him in this.
Okay. Did you tell him that he had to come upstairs and talk with you?
No, I didn't tell him he had to come upstairs.
Did you have the ability at that time to force him, or would it have been another situation like kidnapping?
Yes, ma'am. There's been another situation like kidnapping.
Okay. Did his brother come upstairs and talk with him, with you?
His brother came up and stood by outside.
All right. Did anybody else join Mr. Copeland in that police station?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Do you remember about how long you talked to Mr. Copeland in the police station?
I think maybe a couple of hours, an hour or two.
Did you talk to him inside an interview room, outside an interview room, or both?
Inside the interview room.
Did you start any conversations before you got to the interview room?
No, just basically that his name had come up in the investigation.
Now, when you have people that you want to talk to, are these interview rooms always equipped with recording devices, video and sound?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they running constantly, or do you turn them on before you take someone inside?
You turn them on and you log it in to our database up under your particular case number.
Okay. And when you began talking with Mr. Copeland, did you read him any Miranda rights or just start?
No, ma'am, because he was not under arrest, so it was a non-custodial interview. So there was no need for me to Mirandize him. We just started conducting the formal interview with him.
When you began conducting the interview with Mr. Copeland, did you have any particular target in mind that you wanted to have him implicate?
No, ma'am. No particular target.
And as you interviewed him, did you attempt to get him to tell you somebody did any particular thing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you telling him the people that you wanted him to talk about, or were you asking him for information or something in the middle?
Yeah, I was asking for information, and pretty much the question was always in the middle.
Okay. When you began talking with Mr. Copeland, did you have knowledge about any people that you wanted him to give you information on?
No, ma'am.
All right. And during the course of your conversation with Kenneth Copeland, did you get information that allowed you to, that led you to other people you were interested in talking to?
On that initial night, no.
Yeah. And was there any particular concern that you understood Mr. Copeland to have that night?
Other than he spoke about an altercation.
And when he spoke about an altercation, did you say anything to suggest to him that you knew about the altercation?
Somewhat, yes, ma'am.
Now, did Mr. Copeland's, did he ask you questions during the interview?
I think just general questions like, how did my name come up in this? Once again, I don't know.
This part is kind of important because now we're getting into the intricacies of what his interactions with Little Woody was like. And TSOJ, listen, I agree with you. I mean, we've already seen the videos. This is cumulative. This is too much. So if we already saw the videos with Woody's testimony, now we're hearing his side of it. And it's like, state, come on. This is why this trial is taking so long. But let's keep going.
Know why.
Did he try to get you to help him in any way in terms of ensuring his safety?
Yes, ma'am. He wanted me to speak with the family of Donovan Thomas, let them know that he had nothing to do with it and stop coming after him.
Okay. Now, did he know, or did you tell him that it was these people coming after him, or was he just speculating to your knowledge?
He was just speculating.
Okay. Did you give him any assurances about what you would do to try and ensure his safety?
Yes, ma'am. I told him I would speak with the family and let them know that at this point in time, he is not a person of interest or suspect.
And when you gave him that assurance, when you told him that, did you have any information that anybody in Donovan Thomas's family was involved in shooting at Kenneth Copeland or his family?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No information.
At the time that you told Kenneth Copeland that, had you spoken with a member of Donovan Thomas's family?
Not at that time.
Did you at any point go to the hospital where Donovan Thomas was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
The next day. Well, the morning of the next day.
11?
Yes, ma'am. The 11th, the morning of the 11th.
How long after you spoke with Kenneth Copeland did you go to the hospital?
I want to say about close to midday. About close to afternoon, because I went and spoke to the other two surviving victims.
Okay. Without saying what they said, were they able to communicate with you at the time that you talked with them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And let's start with Mr. Sanders. Without saying what he said, was he willing to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he offer up any information about who it was that committed the shooting?
No, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Reginald Hendricks?
Yes, ma'am. He's willing to talk.
Do you remember how long you talked to each one of them?
Because they were down at Grady, I made sure I didn't do an extensive, interview with them. So I had to say probably about 20 minutes apiece, no more than 20 minutes.
Were either of them under arrest at the time you spoke with them?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything like read Miranda rights or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were there people in the room with Cordarius Sanders when you talked with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was in the room?
His mother.
Did his mother communicate with you without saying what she said? Did his mother give you any information that helped you in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Was his mother the only person in the room with him?
That I can recall. Yes, ma'am. That I spoke with.
Do you remember how old Cordarius Sanders was at the time?
I want to say maybe he was 14, something like that, 14, 15. He was a juvenile.
All right. And what about Mr. Hendricks? Was there anyone in the room with him when you spoke with him?
I don't know anyone else in the room with him.
Okay. Do you remember about how old he was when you talked to him? Was he older than Mr.
Yes.
Sanders?
Yes, way older.
And was he able to give you any information about who committed the shooting?
No, ma'am.
Was he able to describe whether there was any acts of aggression that he saw that could have prompted the shooting?
No, ma'am.
By the time you talked to Mr. Sanders and Mr. Hendricks, had you had a chance to look at the surveillance video from either the barbershop or the Texaco?
No, ma'am, not that time.
Do you remember when the first time it was that you had a chance to look at the barbershop video?
Probably want to say probably later on that evening.
And what about the Texaco footage?
The next day.
Now, as you're looking at the barbershop footage, did you personally recognize anybody that you saw display faces of anybody that you saw out there?
No, ma'am.
What about the Texaco footage? Did you see anybody you personally recognize in the Texaco footage?
No, ma'am.
Without,
No, ma'am.
okay. And I mean from when you first saw it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you, in releasing the information you released to the public, did you ever release a make and model of a car to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
All right. When you spoke with Mr. Copeland, did you ask him about being involved in any kind of accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Without talking about what anyone else said, do you know why you asked him about being involved in an accident?
Yes, ma'am, because I started a deep dive investigation on his name
Uh-huh.
and put him through the APD, Atlanta Police database. And I was able to suss out several reports
Mhm.
of him connected to being in an accident or traffic stops.
Okay. And were your questions based on whatever vehicle you saw reflected in that report or
Yes,
something
ma'am.
different?
What was reflected on people's description of people was given of the vehicle.
The incidents that you saw within the database, were they incidents that had occurred in 2015, January 2015 or earlier, 2014? Around what time frame?
I think there was time frames of 2012 to 2014.
Okay. Did you have the same kind of familiarity with Kenneth Copeland as a child that you did with Mr. Zachary?
No, ma'am.
When, if you recall, was the first time you knew about Kenneth Copeland? Like how old was, like around what year?
2015, the year of the incident.
Okay.
Black butterfly.
Other than what you learned as you began investigating the murder of Donovan Thomas, did you have any other knowledge about Kenneth Copeland?
No, ma'am.
Did you ensure or did you offer to do anything else to, or offer any advice to Kenneth Copeland to help him secure the safety of his family? Did you make any suggestions?
I think probably general
Okay.
suggestion of that nature.
All right. Did Kenneth Copeland have any cell phones or anything with him that you saw when you first talked to him on January the 11th?
I didn't see him with a cell phone.
Okay. Now, do you remember?
So guys, just another reminder for those that don't know, today, I was wondering where everybody is at. Now I know. So, Rich Homie Kwan's funeral is happening right now, and it's being live streamed. And there are there's like 27,000 people in that chat right now. I was like, "Where's our people at?" I can't stream it because it's music, and I can get a copyright strike for that. But I do see it. It looks like it is lively. There's a ton of people watching. RIP Rich Homie Kwan. Our team is working on a video for him. We're about 90% done with it. But I just wanted to give you guys a heads up on why we cannot stream that. But that is amazing. I mean, he's definitely loved, has a lot of people supporting him right now. I'm like, where's half the chat? They're all over there, apparently. But definitely just wanted to mention that real quick. Let's keep going.
Mr. Copeland offering you, and let me ask you this, the interview with Kenneth Copeland, it was recorded, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when was the last time you could remember looking at that interview? Right. Did I show it to you today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember everything about that interview? Everything?
Not everything in detail.
Okay. Like the kind of clothing Kenneth Copeland was wearing. Do you remember that?
I couldn't remember. I think it was dark clothing.
Okay. All right. Did Kenneth Copeland offer to give you any information that might help you sort of determine that he should not be a target of any retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
All right. Did you follow up on the information that he gave you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury the ways that you followed up on whatever Kenneth Copeland told you?
Yes. The information I got from Kenneth Copeland, I immediately went to Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither to see if they knew about this information. They knew about it. They gave me details on it. He was able to find that they had already started an investigation themselves into it, I believe.
Before, Your Honor, he's not.
The very last comment.
Well,
Stay.
Your Honor, I would say that it is offered as a explanation for his investigation and why it is that he took certain steps. So, and also that the jury has heard from these witnesses as well.
Go ahead with your next question.
Okay. Before you got the information from Mr. Copeland that you went to investigators Dennis and Gaither about, did you personally know about any of that?
Not personally, no.
Had you had any involvement with any persons that you knew called themselves YSL in any capacity?
No, ma'am.
Had you had any, did you have any knowledge about what YSL was before you talked to Kenneth Copeland?
Say that question again, ma'am.
Did you know about YSL at all before January 10th, 2015?
Overruled.
Yes.
All right. Now, was the knowledge that you had of YSL, was it gained from your investigation, your time with it as a detective, or something else?
My time as a detective and my time of working in the school system.
All right. Now, when you say your time working in the school system, about what year would you say you first heard about YSL?
I'm gonna say probably about maybe 2012, 2013.
Okay.
That's
about the first year that you heard of it?
yes.
Okay.
And
Did you conduct any investigations yourself into any group called YSL during that time?
no, ma'am.
Did you speak with, without saying what they said, did you speak with any students about a group called YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many students you talked to?
All right, a total of 8 students.
How many?
8 students.
And were you on school property, or was this outside school at the house or some other place?
School property.
Okay. Were there any particular incidents that led to your speaking to these students about YSL?
Just I heard the name constantly coming up.
And was it you asking particular students or particular students just coming up to you
Just asking certain students I was very aware of and had a trust relationship with.
that you had a trust relationship with?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was Quindarius Zachary one of the people you talked to about YSL or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the names of the students that you talked to about YSL?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the relative ages of the students?
Yes, ma'am.
About how old?
14.
And did you, during the time as a resource officer, did you personally observe any things that were being used to identify people as YSL?
No.
Okay. Other than the name YSL, when you were a school resource officer, did you have any other information or knowledge about YSL?
About the name YSL, had no other information other than their previous names.
What do you mean the previous names?
The name went from the Red Cartel to the Rock Crew, which stood for Raised on Cleveland.
Mhm.
Then it went over to YSL.
All right. Is this information that you learned, how did you learn this information that you just talked about?
Talking to the kids and working the neighborhood.
All right. Did you ever speak with grownups, the family, the parents of the kids about YSL or these other groups, Red Cartel or Rock Crew, without saying what they said?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Overruled.
So
Did you ever?
she needs to go through his process of the investigation, all of those things. Why? And he's probably going to get cooked on cross. You guys remember that we were finding out a lot of issues with the way that they performed the investigation. There were there was little Mike and Quez who they weren't real people. And Max pulled that out on cross-examination. So we all want her to hurry up and finish so we can see the rest of the defense attorneys ask these questions. But I just wanted to let you guys know what we're watching. They do need to put him on the stand so that way they could talk about the process of the investigation, the timeline of the investigation. But I think this witness is going to become important later during cross-examination. But let's go.
Ever arrest anybody during that time just for being affiliated with Red Cartel, Rock Crew, or YSL?
No, ma'am.
Did you conduct any investigations that involved either of those groups, even after you learned about their existence from the students, but before January 10th, 2015?
As in the YSL name itself or the previous names?
Either.
Yes.
All right. How many investigations?
Probably total,
Thanks, girl
myself,
from
probably a
Texas.
total of maybe 4 or 5.
What type of what type of incidents? Forms his basis for his knowledge of other questions that he will be asked. What type of incidents were you investigating that you spoke to the jury about just now?
About aggravated assaults and homicides.
How many homicides?
Probably about 2.
Do you remember in particular the persons that were involved in the 2 homicides, victim and suspects? Your Honor, we've, based on the evidence we believe that has already come out and information that this witness can provide, we believe that the witness has information which will allow the determination of certain material matters in this case. He can, I don't want to.
Overruled.
Okay, go ahead.
Do I remember the victims' names?
Who were the victims in the 2 homicides?
The one particular I investigated, her name was Julian Jones.
And who was the suspect?
He was not a suspect.
Hang on. What'd you say?
No, but what, what is relevant? I mean, we're talking about information that will aid the jury in making determinations about.
Yes. Let's take a bathroom break anyway. It's probably about time for one.
May the
Well,
witness be excused.
Yes.
it took a while for her to recuperate from that. Brian caught her off guard. He's like, I object to 401, 402, 403, 404, all of them. And she didn't know what to do or say. Luckily, we have TiVo time, so we're going to skip this bathroom break. But the jury's coming out. Let's see if they say anything before they leave. All right, she's up there. Let me keep going. All right, there's their break.
Bench comments are always taken down. Bench comments are always taken down. Bench conferences are never recorded. So this is a bench conference.
Oh,
Well, honestly, it's not because it's just an evidentiary issue, right? Yes, so, yeah, that's fine.
squeak.
Okay.
Are we squeaking today? There it is.
414. 2 and 403 objection to who the suspect was.
Right. That's, I believe.
Okay, so now the jury is out of the room and she is going to be responding to Steele's objection. And Love does not like these cameras, boy.
Are you going to respond beyond just, I believe it's relevant? No. Are you going to tell me why?
Your Honor, the homicide, I believe one of the homicides that the witness will talk about is a matter that an earlier witness talked about as it related to Rock Crew. I believe that the one that he is going to talk about is going to deal with Quentin Porter and Javaris Crittenton. I believe that this information corroborates information given by other witnesses and allows the jury to determine the credibility of information that they have heard from other witnesses. It's not bolstering because it's his personal knowledge, but to have information about a subject from two unrelated people who are not connected with one another, but are seeing things that are consistent with one another, I believe allows the jury to determine things that are pertinent to this indictment, the existence of the enterprise, some of the information in the indictment about the start of the enterprise, its beginnings, the kind of crimes that have been committed, and some of the people that they've heard other witnesses talk about. So in as much as I think it was a 401 objection, it's relevant. We're talking about YSL and the beginnings of YSL and the groups from which YSL evolved. The relevant standard is a very low standard in as much as it's a 402 objection. Any relevant evidence is presumptively admissible in as much as
she's reading the room.
403 objection. I'm not sure what I haven't heard any offer as to how it's substantially more prejudicial. I know I hear a lot about
Is it that
I don't know.
prong of it, Mr. Steele, or something else?
Every prong of it, Your Honor.
Every prong.
Well, him saying every prong, Your Honor, any information that tends to prove an allegation in the indictment is going to be prejudicial to a defendant. And Mr. Steele or no one on behalf of the defendant Williams is offering up how it unfairly prejudices Mr. Williams for the state to be able to prove the elements in the indictment, the existence of the gang, the beginnings of the gang as we allege, and the kinds of crimes and activities that the enterprise participates in, and the conspiracy itself. I don't know how it's unfairly prejudicial in such a way.
So the question that you asked was, who was the suspect of the murder? I mean, are you going to establish that just for somebody to be a suspect doesn't establish anything other than they were a suspect? Are you going to establish
God.
something beyond that?
The person's involvement. I'm not going to go whole hog
Sorry,
into
I can't.
convictions and statements and things like that. I wanted to have the jury know people who were alleged to be involved and people he talked to. And
I can't.
as I said, I believe that even when the jury doesn't know from one witness exactly what a particular person did as it related to an incident, that information is then supplemented by other witnesses' testimony. It corroborates things that they have heard and will continue to hear.
What was that noise?
What? No,
It was a phone. I heard it.
Okay, whose phone? Whose phone made that noise? Somebody knows whose phone made the noise. Whose phone made the noise? Okay, whether it's outside a bag or not, phones aren't supposed to be making noise. So if you can't turn the phone off before you come into court, then you're not going to be able to have the phone in court.
Wow.
Understand? Whose ever phone it was? Because that's disruptive, and they all need to be on silent if you are permitted to have one at all because you have a Rule 22.
Ooh.
It needs to not make any noise. If it happens again, you won't be permitted to have the phone in here. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Wow.
and this is a case that Trontavia Stevens, I believe that we've heard a little bit about. There were objections, I believe, prior to Your Honor coming on about getting deeper into it, but Trontavia Stevens was a material witness in that case. In fact, had to be arrested on a material witness warrant because of his unwillingness to cooperate in that case.
Okay, I mean, I get, maybe I'm just not following. If the point of it is that Stevens was a material witness and knew something about it, how does?
No, that I'm
That's
tying
not
it
what
into
it is.
members, alleged members of YSL and the activities that they participate in and the steps to which they go. The way they operate as an enterprise, the existence of the enterprise.
All right, tell me how whatever you think this witness is going to say is going to do that.
It gives the jury the information that this witness is aware of a particular murder that involved Rock Crew, and then later YSL, Quentin
Those
Porter
being
and
Porter and Crittenden
Porter and Trontavia Stevens.
and Stevens,
Yes.
and he's going
And-
to be able to testify that they were involved in this murder?
No, they didn't do the murder. They
Okay,
were,
so what is it then?
Your Honor, their involvement and their association with one another, we have to prove association between members of YSL. We have to prove the type of enterprise it is. We have to, and the type of activities and the lengths to which they go to protect and preserve it. So,
And what is it that this witness is going to say about either of those two people that's going to show that?
Your Honor, the existence of the
Listen, we got to take a quick moment to go to another tab. Doug Weinstein posted this. He said, want some dressing with your word salad? Doug's funny. Let's keep going.
those people and their associations, number one, and it's not always going to be a linear, this person saying this directly proves a fact. It's evidence that is relevant in that it gives the jury information.
Don't tell me what it's going to do. Tell me what the evidence is. I mean, I don't know your
Oh.
case as well as you do. So I don't know what it
Okay, I'm
is
sorry.
that you think this witness is going to say that's going to show any of that.
Oh, Doug is an OG.
Trontavia Stevens was what I know happened. So he was believed to have been set up by Big Boo. It was put out that he was set up by Big Boo. There was a break from Big Boo as a result of this particular murder. And that offshoot eventually produced YSL. Now, I don't expect that he's going to say all of that, but it's the connections between Porter and Stevens that I believe are.
Okay. And how is this witness going to testify to connections between Porter and Stevens?
She still can't answer the
Based on
question.
what his investigation and his involvement in the investigation of the murder. He interviewed.
Just going to show that these two people knew each other?
No,
You're
so
not telling me anything. So,
She's not.
I mean, I'm trying to follow you, but
It's
to the
hard.
extent that their relationship is one that
Look at the pen. Do y'all see what she just did with the pen? Hold on, let's go back 20 seconds. Look, and she's rolling her eyes.
is one that
Look at the pen. This is terrible.
has been described and will further be discussed. Your Honor, just one second.
okay.
What is she trying to say?
Maybe we'll all take a bathroom break, and then when you come back, you'll be able to articulate what it is. So let's all.
I could. I'll
Yes.
be able to better
Oh,
you're sure.
consolidate it.
Okay.
I'll be back.
For the record, I'd like to add my objection, which is going to be hearsay and confrontation clause on top of Mr. Steele's objections.
Okay, well, I, at this point, have no idea what this detective might testify to. So I don't know, maybe we'll, everybody who needs to go to the restroom, and then we'll reconvene and try to hash this out.
Oh my God. Shout out to Will Smith who caught it. He said, you'll be able to articulate his crazy work. That is such shade from the judge. Oh my God. She's like, go take a break and come back when you could talk. That was funny. But guess what? We have TiVo time, so we're going to skip ahead. And it took Love about, I think, 10 minutes to think. Let's see if she comes back and is able to speak.
As a result, it is believed that Mr. Porter alerted Mr. Crittenton as to Mr. Stevens' whereabouts. And Mr. Stevens was Mr. Crittenton's intended target. There has been testimony, and will likely be a little bit more testimony about the impetus of the transition from one group to the other. Detective Thorpe, because of his relationship with kids who were, I'll say, rock crew adjacent associates, he was able to, because of his relationship with them, they willingly offered him information that he was able to then go and get to assist to help him solve that crime. So that's as specific as that inquiry gets. And
Okay.
so
But Yeah, given the hearsay and confrontation clause objections that have just been voiced, you,
Yeah, I can, what I'll do with the court's permission, if it's okay, if it's an okay question by the for court standards, is just ask, um, well, given that that was what I was going to pull out, whatever the court's ruling is.
well, it seems
is.
like the only way he would know that is through his investigation, and given that it was an investigation, that would be testimonial and
And they're not, he's not talking about what they said. He's just saying that they were able to. And it's
he's
not
going to
that-
be
it's not
saying,
a-
I learned X, Y, Z. Well, how did you learn it? Well, somebody told me.
Right.
So it's still hearsay,
So I
even if
just-
you rephrase it in a
It
different
is.
way.
Right, I can withdraw.
Okay.
I can.
All right.
Your Honor, I appreciate the fact that the state's withdrawing this line of inquiry. However, I would just like to say, moving forward, this is an example. This alleged crime, or, I mean, it was adjudicated in court from 2011, I believe, is not on the indictment.
It has nothing to do with
There was no
anything.
404B notice, there was no 418 notice, there was no discussion of this as an intrinsic act. So, you know, I just don't think that we should just be bringing up wholly unrelated murders just willy-nilly without at least noticing the other side of our plans to do so.
That seems reasonable.
Your Honor, as it relates to the information that I elicit from the witnesses, it's nothing that hasn't been, number one, it's not 404B because I'm not saying that any one of the defendants committed this act. In fact, it was alleged that Trontavia Stevens was the intended target.
So why are you
So,
bringing it
in
up?
as much as the questions that I ask may involve incidents that YSL members were involved in, number one, it's going to be things that have been provided in discovery. But number two, just because it's another act or overt act, and I think that my brief to the court sort of addressed this, but it's relevant information and evidence of
Still fighting for it.
the existence and
I
the
thought you were
nature of the
withdrawing.
enterprise that they claim is a rap group. So every time that we present evidence of something that proves the existence of the enterprise and the nature of the enterprise, there has been and will be the objection that it's 403, it's too prejudicial. But the point is that the information that I'm soliciting from the witnesses are intended to prove up elements of count one in this indictment.
Your Honor, may I
He's,
respond?
he's talking about a lack of any kind of notice.
But, so he wants to know the questions, because I don't believe that a notice of my asking about questions regarding incidents that, one, we've talked about, I don't believe that
We have
the
never
court, that the
spoken about
defense
this.
is entitled to the list of questions that the state is going to ask.
No, I agree with that. But
We've never spoken about this. There's no mention in the discovery, to my knowledge, certainly no police reports about the murder of, I guess, Julian Jones. I only know that because Detective Thorpe said that name. No mention of the Javaris Crittenton case. There's no mention of that in the discovery, to my recollection. So
No,
I don't know where the state's saying that they've given notice through discovery.
Oh.
But even if they had given notice through discovery, there's also Georgia rules of evidence that dictate when notice needs to be given, when
Oh my
bringing up
God.
extrinsic, non-charged matter.
You know, she's already standing up. Listen to this, right? Max is not even done speaking. But the fact that this chief district attorney needs to be re-educated on the Georgia rules of evidence. Crazy work. Crazy. Let's go back in.
In a trial, and that has not been done. And I just don't want, at this point, I think that we've cut this off, this particular incident, but I just don't want it to repeat in the future.
Your Honor, and that's another thing. These matters that are alleged by the defense as being extrinsic, uncharged matters. They're not. When we're asking about them, and just to cap off something Mr. Schardt said, we've had a witness already talk about the Crittenton murder earlier on, and Trontavious Stevens's involvement in it, just to put a point on that. But the assertion that these are extrinsic, uncharged matters are efforts, we believe, to curtail the state's right to prove its case through valid questions that are not improper. They are not impermissible. They're not 404B. These are questions and evidence through testimony, we believe, that proves an element of one or more elements of count one, the existence of the enterprise, the nature of the enterprise, and the means by which particular people
still speaking.
participate in the enterprise.
Well, I'm not sure that evidence, I mean, it's not going to come in through this witness in this way anyway, but I'm not sure how evidence that Porter told Crittenden Stevens' whereabouts
No, so
in any way establishes any of your elements that you need to prove for RICO.
So, Your Honor, since we're not talking about this particular one, the point that I was making is that this detective's investigation involved a member of two members of the crew, and information he was able to obtain through other persons associated broadly. I'm not arguing or trying to get that in. I'm saying that there will be times when we are asking about matters that I have heard alleged are extrinsic, but they are not. And I guess it's on, if there's an objection, that's one thing, but the defense is in no way entitled to know every time we're going to ask about something that tends to prove it is that we are alleging in the indictment. And so to the extent that that's what is being asserted, we vehemently disagree with that. We are not and will not go further into that particular inquiry with Detective Thorpe about that particular murder, but instances that involve actions and YSL members that witnesses have personal knowledge of are relevant to show the existence and nature of the enterprise and other material
I
elements.
guess we'll just have to see as the evidence plays out. All right, let's get the witness and the jury back in.
All of that for something she was going to withdraw anyway. All of that. Like, you cannot make this stuff up, guys. And again, shout out to Doug. Want some dressing with your word salad? Witness is coming back in. Let me skip. We've got TiVo time. Look at these two. What's Doug laughing at? He is crying, whatever that was. It's good to see him smile. I like how close they are, him and Steele. That's amazing. All right, let's skip ahead.
Detective Thorpe was the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas the most exposure or most extensive investigation you've done that throughout your investigation of Donovan Thomas, did you have an occasion to investigate more about the group YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the most extensive investigation that you have done that has involved or in which the name or group YSL has come up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is when you went out to Van Ira on January the 11th of 2015, was Deshaun Quarterman the only one you talked to?
I recall, yes.
Did you speak with an Emmett Yarborough as well?
Yes.
All right.
Excuse me.
Without talking about anything that Emmett Yarborough said, were there concerns addressed regarding the Donovan Thomas murder?
I recall, I believe so.
When you collect shell casings did you direct, I'm sorry, when you are on scene as lead detective, do you or other homicide detectives working sort of in tandem with you, do you all direct the collection of those shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do with them once you collect them?
Yes, ma'am. They're photographed and they're placard, so we know exactly what shell casing belonged to what group. And at the time, our crime scene investigations unit, they collect the shell casings, and we at that time, we turn them in directly to the GBI firearms.
Now, do you all also have with the Atlanta Police Department, do you all also have a firearms section or a department that conducts NIBIN comparisons?
Yes, ma'am, we do now.
Is Jennings Kilgore the person that does that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work during the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas with ATF as well as the GBI?
Yes, ma'am.
Was some of the evidence that was collected in later associated incidents submitted to the ATF versus the GBI?
I believe so, they were. Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect the firearm, or did you interact with the person that you saw going into the barber shop with the assault rifle?
Yes.
Did you collect that firearm?
Yes, I did.
At various points in your investigation, did you gain information that caused you to interact with a Quintez Griffin?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that person have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that nickname?
Head, Head.
Now, how was
on.
Head ever brought in
What?
as a suspect?
These names,
is.
what's his name?
And did that person have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that nickname?
Head, Head.
Now,
These names, the names must be
how was
named.
Head ever brought in as a suspect?
Yes, he was.
And was he interviewed?
Yes, he was.
Did you
All right.
collect any information?
All right. So he specializes in zone 403. And then now I sit down, literally just don't go get a snack. I sit down and we're coming into nicknames of people named Head. A man? Is it a man named Head? Oh my God, this is so strange. You cannot make it up with this trial.
Evidence from that arrest of Quintez Griffin?
Yes.
And was that evidence submitted to the GBI or the ATF? Either one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Throughout the month of January and into February, were you personally aware of other incidents that you then looked into as connected with the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Not myself in particular, but I was getting information from the gangs unit.
All right. And when you were given information from the gangs unit, What, if anything, did you do to aid in your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
At that time, we did a collaboration. Anything that they needed done, like search warrants or anything pertaining to that nature, or order of production for inmate to do an interview with,
Mhm.
I would conduct that for them.
And when you would do things like an order of production to produce an inmate, is there a record that you're taking someone out of custody to APD, for instance?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you keep records of each inmate that you did that with?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you talked about Spencer Wright, how did you learn about Spencer Wright?
The, okay.
Let me phrase that better. Did Spencer Wright reach out to you, or did you reach out to Spencer Wright?
Neither.
Did he reach out to a member of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, he did.
And when he reached out to a member of the Atlanta Police Department, did that member of Atlanta Police Department reach out to you?
Yes,
Overruled.
yes, they did.
At the time that you spoke with Spencer Wright, was that the name that you thought was his name?
No, Spencer Wright was his real name.
Right.
Yes.
Was that the name that you were first advised
No,
when they
ma'am.
talked to you?
No,
Do
ma'am.
you remember the name?
I think it was Robinson, I believe it.
Nicholas Robinson? or
Nicholas
something?
Robinson he used.
How did you learn, or from whom did you learn that his name was Spencer Wright?
Detective Gaither of the gangs unit.
All right. Between January of 2015 and October of 2015, when you interacted with Spencer Wright, were there any other steps that you took that you can describe for the jury to help you solve the murder of Donovan Thomas without going into anything anybody said, just the steps that you took?
Yes, I will work and correlate information along with the gang unit, possibly develop suspects based on their investigation.
Okay. Do you know how many incidents between January of 2015 and October of 2015 you looked into to aid in your investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
It was over 40.
Were all of these incidents the same type? What type of incidents were they?
Retaliation shootings.
Did you interview the people who were affected by the shootings? Did you have an occasion to interact with or interview any of the people who were affected?
No.
Did members of the Atlanta Police Department,
Yes, ma'am.
responding officers,
Yes, ma'am. In the gang unit.
and was it always Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither, or did, for instance, Investigator Connor, Investigator Price, and other people help you?
Sustained.
Was it always Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
A few of
Who in
y'all
the
called
gang
in.
unit gave you information during the course of your investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
It was Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and Detective Underwood at times gave me information also.
Detective Underwood, did she work in any other capacity with any other agency?
I believe she worked hand in hand with the ATF.
Was she a task force officer?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Did Detective Underwood ever participate in any of your interviews with persons that you found were of interest in your investigation?
Not that I can recall.
Did Detective Dennis and Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they the only persons who helped or participated in these interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many interviews you conducted in trying to find out or solve the Donovan Thomas murder?
Objection to solve.
Objection to what?
To
Solve. Oh, okay. Sustained.
I asked,
To
did he,
help.
to,
Just
okay.
rephrase it.
Do you know how many interviews that you conducted to aid in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder?
Probably a little bit more over 12, a dozen or more.
Were these between January and October 2015, or did you do any after that date?
After that date.
All right. Now, at some point, do you try to locate or determine what vehicle that is that you saw, that grayish vehicle that you saw in the surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
What steps do you take to identify that vehicle?
It was one based on a description given by one of the victims. I started sending it around to other officers or detectives in Atlanta Police Department who are very familiar with vehicles.
And without talking about what anyone says, unless I
Mhm.
specifically ask you,
Mhm.
beyond seeking information from other people, did you take any other steps to identify that vehicle?
No, ma'am. Nothing about it.
At what point did you learn of did you ever learn of a specific make and model vehicle that you were interested in that investigation of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the specific make and model of the vehicle you were interested in?
I believe it was an Infinity Q35.
And do you know if the Infinity Q35 preceded any other model?
No, not to my knowledge.
Now, when you became interested in the Infinity Q35, did you do anything to determine who had or whose vehicle it may have been?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell the jury whether you got that information from a source, one particular source, or multiple sources?
Multiple sources.
How many times did you talk to Kenneth Copeland?
Maybe a total, maybe 4, I believe.
Wow, Woody.
Did Kenneth Copeland provide you information that you were able to in any way use to get more information about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he provide you information that you were able to confirm or deny was accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take steps to confirm or deny the accuracy of the information you were given by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever given phone numbers by Kenneth Copeland?
I can't recall.
Were you ever given information regarding vehicle rentals by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Before 2016, did you go or make any efforts to try and locate information about that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what vehicle information did you get that you tried to follow up on before 2016?
That it was possibly a rental,
And a rental from where?
the airport.
And did you ever go out to the airport before 2016 to try and get information about it?
I believe I did.
Were you successful?
No, ma'am.
Now, after a certain point, do you keep your file with you and that's the end of it, or do you turn it over to the district attorney's office at some point?
Turn it over to the district attorney's office upon their request.
When you turn the file over to the district attorney's office, does the investigation or do you stop working on the crime itself?
No, ma'am.
Do you work with any particular people to further investigate the crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any one particular person at the district attorney's office back in 2016 that you worked with to try and further investigate the murder?
Yes, ma'am. Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
All right. Do you know what his job was at the district attorney's office during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he work primarily homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you participate in any interviews with Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle back in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on, were you able to get information from Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle that you didn't have before 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you make any effort to follow up on that information?
I just, because I worked with him, he was doing the follow-ups and let me know.
Okay.
So I became his assistant.
All right.
A little dry humor. I wasn't even.
During 2015 and 2016, were you familiar with social media?
Yes, ma'am, somewhat.
When you say somewhat, did you ever utilize social media inquiries to help you in your investigations?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever gain assistance from others with social media to help you assist in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the Donovan Thomas murder, do you recall who it was, if anyone, that gave you social media assistance?
I believe it was Detective Gaither and Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
And how is it that Detective Gaither assisted you with social media?
She would tell me about different media posts,
Okay.
what is being spread around on Instagram, media posts, social media, period, about this incident.
Would she capture any of those posts and provide them to you?
Yes, ma'am, but she'll tell me that she's looking into this to verify.
Okay. What about Senior ADA Sprinkle? Did he look into social media information to help you in your investigation?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you with social media accounts and posts that aided you in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going back to Mr. White, did you interview him once without Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interview him again with Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Quindarius Zachary? Did you ever conduct any interviews of Quindarius Zachary, not getting into anything he said?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many you conducted?
Maybe about 2 or 3.
Okay. Did you take any steps to compare information you got in one interview with information you may have gotten in another interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in any way use those comparisons to sort of either dispel information as untrue or corroborate information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn from anyone in particular who may have rented the vehicle that you were looking into, the Infinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, the
It does.
evidence has come in, and if we may approach so that I don't speak more improperly.
So I don't speak more. Yes, I don't want you to continue speaking. Let's skip ahead. They had a little bench conference. Oh, we're gone for a little bit. All right, we're gonna pick it up right here. I think.
Copeland as being the person who rented an Infinity from Hertz. Did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented an Infinity from Hertz?
No, ma'am.
Were you present when are you aware of whether members of the district attorney's office, in conjunction with the Atlanta Police Department, went back out to Hertz in 2016?
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware.
Did you all talk to the same set of people? When you went in 2015, do you know if who you talked to was the same persons that they talked to in 2016?
I do not recall. I do not know if they're the same person.
And were you able to get more information in 2016 once you began working with the district attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am, a lot.
Did you use that information gained from Hertz to aid in your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Without saying what was said to you, were you able to determine during your investigation if people went outside of Atlanta after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I do not know about that part.
Did you get any phone records during your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, I did.
Did Detective Gaither aid you in getting some of those phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get phone records in investigations like this, would you tell the jury how it is that these records assist you in your investigation in trying to determine who murdered somebody?
Yes. We use the cell phone records to plot their course of travel. Also see if they was in the area where the incident took place based on the cell tower. Also, we try to see based on their call logs, who did they call before, during, and after the incident.
Do you remember all of the phone records that you gained or gathered through this investigation from 2015 through 2016, either alone or with other members of the Atlanta Police Department or the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury, without getting into the details about the phone records themselves, some of the persons whose phone numbers you sought and were able to obtain?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who are some of the people whose phone numbers you got during this investigation?
Yes,
I believe there was Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington. Can't recall the other person's real name. Know him as Montonk, I believe it was.
Antonio Sledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. Who else? Who else's phone numbers do you recall getting throughout this investigation?
I believe that's the ones that I targeted on.
Were other numbers provided to you by members of the DA's office or members of the gang?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with the people that you interviewed, did you show them the surveillance footage and attempt to get information about this footage from the people you interviewed?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I did not personally, because I didn't want it to affect how they described the incident to me.
Okay. Now, how is it that you reach a point where you turn the case over to the DA's office? For you generally, at what point are you saying, okay, here, DA's office, take the case?
Usually have a conversation with the DA's office, a meeting. At that time, that ADA or senior ADA made a determination to transfer the file to me, your full investigation completed, and we'll take a look at it and move forward from there. And we need your assistance, we'll give you a call.
Okay.
Follow up on investigations.
Is your completion of the file followed up by a determination or an indictment or a dismissal or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And who makes that decision ultimately, whether to present it or to dismiss it, as it relates to people that you've turned over to the DA's office?
The ADA's office.
And does the district attorney's office always agree with the determinations that you've made in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
And do they ever ask you after you've turned over a file to? The question was going to be, has he ever been asked to get more information after they get a file from him? I don't know how that's hearsay is a request, so it's not hearsay. And does he act on that?
Why don't you just ask the second question?
Okay.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you ever act on Do you ever act on requests from the DA's office for additional information even after you've turned the file over to them?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you act on that, do you turn over to the DA's office whatever information you get that they've asked for?
Yes, ma'am.
We all do, Carissa. He'll be back soon.
In the Donovan Thomas murder, do you know whether the shell casings from those scenes you described were compared to see if there were any knifing matches?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that done at your request, gang units, or someone else's?
My request.
Did the information that you gained from every person that you interviewed always turn out as true?
Yes, ma'am.
Every person that you talked to told you the truth?
Objection has been answered.
I'm gonna overruled. I'm gonna let her clarify.
Did the information you get from the people, everybody you interviewed, did it always pan out? Did you always find that it was true, or did you sometimes disprove or discredit the information?
Yes, ma'am. Sometimes we proved and disproved what they were saying.
And if you were able to discredit or disprove information, did that help you in your investigation as well?
Yes, ma'am.
In what way?
We know if we hit in a wall or we found a good door to go through to further investigation, find more information.
Okay.
All right, we got about 10 minutes left, and
Do you all ever, do you particularly in your
the
homicide?
jury is on break right now, but they're supposed to come back at 1:30, so we could spend a few minutes on Diddy, but she's gonna keep going for about 10 minutes.
Investigations ever attempt to listen to jail recordings to get more information about your homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the DA's office get you information about jail recordings that aided in your homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also work with David White?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that ADA Sprinkle's investigator?
Yes, he was.
Was Mr. White able to get you even further information that helped in your investigation?
If I recall correctly, yes, ma'am, he did.
Do you know where, did you ever determine where the vehicle that you were interested in from Hertz ended up?
No, ma'am, I was able to determine what happened to it.
Do you know if
Excuse me.
ADA Sprinkle and Investigator White investigated that further?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection on a calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Without saying what information, did you get any more information about where that vehicle ended up from either Investigator White or ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got phone numbers to look into, were some of those numbers given to you during the interviews of the persons who, for instance, if you're interviewing me, I offer you my number. Does that happen sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that happen sometimes in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Spencer Wright located when you first went to talk to him?
He was involved in an incident and he was transported to the homicide office. I can't recall what street he was on.
Had he been arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he trying to offer up information to sort of get some kind of help with his case?
Not to my recollection, no, ma'am.
When you get information, do you ever get information from people who've been arrested that want sort of quid pro quo?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you discard that information, or do you try to follow up on it, or something different?
I try to follow up on it.
Why do you follow up on information when they're offering it in exchange for help?
Because that's part of the investigation process. You got to figure out if they're telling the truth. Information they deeming is correct and can help you with further your investigation.
Were you able to get information about persons you did not previously find of interest after you began working with ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you get to the point where you turn over a case to the district attorney's office, do you have to make arrests? I mean, have you at that point made arrests or taken out warrants?
Overall, of this particular case.
In general, do you turn over the case before or after you've taken out warrants?
It depends on the investigation. Sometimes before, sometimes after. A whole lot of
What-
times more after the arrest is made.
And what is it that decides whether you're going to turn it over before you decide who to arrest versus after?
Depending on the investigation, like I said, we have a discussion, a meeting with the senior ADA, and let them know exactly what's going on with the investigation. This is what I've determined as a possible probable cause. 9 times out of 10, sometimes they see it your way, sometimes they don't.
And if you've made an arrest, do you have to go into court and testify after, not before trial, but before a judge to make any determination about whether or not?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Were some of the people that ultimately you believe, Your Honor, I need to approach because there's a question that this is
All
going
right.
to.
Okay, skipping ahead.
At 1:30, can y'all be back at 1:30? Is that going to give you all enough time? Let's do that, since we got a
Okay.
late start this morning.
So they went on lunch. It looks like they're
I-
just coming back. But I did promise you guys that on the next break, we would get into the Diddy thing. So we're going to shift gears for a little bit. It's a 20-minute press conference. I also have this. So I have the full Diddy sealed indictment, but it has been unsealed. Okay. So this was happening. And you know what's so crazy? Diddy got hit with the RICO. That is crazy. It is insane. So let's go to the press conference. I've been holding it for you guys for a little bit. Let's listen to it real quick and we'll get right back to the YSL case. It starts at about this moment here. So let's check this out and then get right back to YSL.
Morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee.
This is Cassie.
As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy.
There it
To
is.
use his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs's residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs's electronic devices.
Ooh.
During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s
Oh my God.
and a large capacity drum magazine.
What?
They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the
They
freak-offs
found the
of multiple
tapes.
victims.
They found the tapes.
And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether.
Oh my God, ew.
Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches.
Oh, don't show it to us. Are you gonna show it to us? Oh my
As you
God.
can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity.
Yo.
And it contains, I believe, 59 rounds.
Yo, Diddy's done, guys. Look at this. Look at the style of the case. This is coming from the Department of Justice. It says United States versus Sean Combs. This is serious. Wowzers.
I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City.
Ooh.
Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York.
Wow.
Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smeisler, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Aaron Katursky, ABC.
Thanks, Nick. Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs, and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Oh.
Janet Fisher,
I like
Newsday.
this guy.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? it's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
The
Unfortunately, I'm
arson.
not able to provide either. The number of victims, you
I
are
wanna know
correct.
about the
We are
arson.
intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points. But we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Juliet Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences? And did he have locations where he kept them and were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that.
This is what a real district
As to your question
attorney
about
looks
whether
like.
he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it. That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you
No bail.
contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
I don't
John
think
Anise,
they're gonna
New
give
York Daily
bail.
News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residents? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs's safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that, or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity, and it no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
Again, I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, guys, there we go. So that is a press conference from the United States Department of Justice. It's so interesting. Someone in the chat is saying that this is not real. I mean, these are coming from government sources. It's all over the news. Just wanted to look into it. But let's look at the actual indictment. This comes from the United States District Court, Southern District of New York. So it's the United States of America versus Diddy, just him. So it is a little bit different as far as the racketeering conspiracy. It's different in a shape or form of RICO that we've seen applied to Trump, RICO that we're seeing in YSL, but here we're seeing RICO against Diddy. And someone did ask that, one of the reporters asked. So I'm just going to go through the counts. I'll give you the overview. We'll go through the counts real quick, and then we'll get right back over to YSL. So the overview says, for decades, Diddy, the defendant, abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him for his desires to protect his reputation and conceal his conduct. To do so, he relied on employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, amongst other crimes, trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Diddy, the defendant, operated his business headquartered in various times in Manhattan and LA under a variety of United States corporate entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, Combs Global, and corporate entities in the Combs business included, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits business, a marketing agency, and a TV network and media company. At all times in this indictment, Diddy, the defendant, engaged in persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse towards women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual. As part of the pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of SA with male commercial sex workers. At times, Diddy and others acting at his direction made arrangements for women and commercial workers to fly to Combs' location. Diddy ensured participation from the women, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support, and threatening to cut off the same, and using intimidation. Physical abuse is included in there by Diddy, the defendant. He was recurrent and widely known on numerous occasions, at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years. He assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects, kicking them. These assaults were at times witnessed by others, including one instance at the LA hotel. That's the Cassie video, which was later publicly reported. Diddy, the defendant, used the Combs business, including certain employees, to carry out, facilitate, cover up this abuse. Those employees, including security, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors and other close associates, acted as intermediaries, and their conduct was facilitated and assisted by Diddy's control of his business. So 6, the enterprise. From at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of this indictment, Diddy, the defendant, and others known and unknown were members of associates of a criminal organization. Members and associates of Diddy's enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other activities, trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation of purposes of prostitution, coercion, enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The Combs enterprise, including its leaderships, its members, and its associates, constituted as an enterprise, as defined by Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 1961(4), that is, groups of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. The Combs enterprise consisted of Diddy, the defendant, and entities within the business, including but not limited to Bad Boy, Combs Enterprises, Combs Global, things of the like. The Combs enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members functioned as a continuing unit for common purpose of achieving the objectives of the Combs enterprise. The Combs enterprise was engaged in, and its activities affected interstate and commercial commerce. The Combs enterprise operated in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere at all times relevant to this indictment. The defendant was a leader of Combs enterprise. Diddy, the defendant, and others known and unknown participated in unlawful and other activities related to the conduct of the Combs enterprise affairs. These individuals included Diddy's employees, such as members of his security staff, household staff, personal assistants, supervisors, as well as close associates. Purposes of the Combs enterprise. The purposes of the Combs enterprise included operating a global business in the media, entertainment, lifestyle, including amongst other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, and alcoholic spirits, marketing agency, TV network, all of that stuff. Preserving and protecting and promoting and enhancing power, reputation, and brand of Diddy. The defendant is a musician, entrepreneur, and figure in the entertainment industry. C, enriching members and associates of the enterprise, including its leader, in particular those who demonstrated loyalty to Diddy and willingness to conceal his crimes. D, preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power of Diddy, including the power of its leader, Diddy, through the violence, use of firearms, threats of violence, coercion, and verbal, emotional, and physical abuse. Fulfilling the personal desires of Diddy, particularly those related to his sexual gratification, including through the exploitation of women and the use of sex workers. Enabling him and others associates of the Combs enterprise to engage in unlawful acts of violence. So more of the same, securing loyalty from people, protecting the enterprise, and things of the like. Now, it talked about the means and methods of the enterprise. So this is probably how they collected money, how they handled money. There's intimidation, threatening in here, luring female victims, under the false pretense of a romantic relationship, threats of force. Okay, now they talk about the freak-offs here. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced performances that Diddy arranged, directed, and pleasured himself and often electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Diddy, with the assistance of members and associates of the enterprise, transported and caused to be transported sex workers from across state lines and internationally. Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, and often involved multiple sex workers. During freak-offs, Diddy distributed a variety of controlled substance to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Unbeknownst to the victims, Diddy kept the videos. Wow. I don't even have an appropriate sound for the soundboard for that because I really feel bad reading this, but he kept the videos and he filmed these people. After the freak-offs, Diddy and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. Members of the enterprise included, the security staff, supervisors, personal assistants, and other people facilitated the freak-offs by booking hotel rooms, stocking the hotel room with freak-off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, and lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs to try to mitigate the room damage, arranging travel for the victims and the sex workers, and then Diddy to and from the freak-offs, resupplying Diddy with the requested supplies, delivering large sums of cash to Diddy to pay the sex workers, scheduling the delivery of IV fluids. And during the raid in March, it looks like law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Diddy subjected victims to all types of abuse to engage in freak-offs. He maintained control over his victims through physical violence, promises of career opportunities, financial support, things of the like. During and separate from freak-offs, Diddy, among other things, hit, kicked, and threw objects at and dragged victims, at times by their hair. These assaults often resulted into injuries that took days or weeks to heal. Diddy also threatened victims' careers and livelihoods. The victims believed that they could not refuse his demands without risking their financial or job security without repercussions in the form of physical or emotional abuse. Diddy also used the sensitive, embarrassing, and incriminating recordings of the freak-offs as collateral to ensure the continued obedience of the victims. Members of the enterprise, including Diddy's personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Diddy himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including the victims. During the raid in March, both in LA and in Miami, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s. So as you guys can see, there's a lot going on here. I'm just scrolling. The racketeering conspiracy. This is what I was interested in. This is RICO applied on a federal level from at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of filing this indictment. The Southern District of New York, Diddy, the defendant, and others known or unknown persons being employed by and associated with, described in paragraphs 6 through 12, engaged in activities that affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together that with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States. Title 18, United States Code, Section 1962. That is to conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through the pattern of racketeering. So here's what that consists of. So they are outlining how Diddy himself and his enterprise engaged in RICO. So 1, multiple acts involving kidnapping charged under the provisions of state law. This is mostly in California. 2, multiple acts involving arson. I just thought it was 1. But there's more than 1 act involving arson. So it isn't just about Kid Cudi. So it says that we have arson, we have attempt, we have aiding and abetting, and we have conspiracy. 3, multiple acts involving bribery, chargeable under the following provisions. Most of this is in California. 4, multiple acts indictable under Title 18 related to tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant. Wow. Next, multiple acts indictable, and this is related to forced labor. Next, related to sex trafficking. Next, related to transportation and inducement for travel of purposes of prostitution and other illegal activities. Next, distribution and possession with the intent to distribute and conspiracy to do the same. This is drugs. Look at all the drugs that are up here. Cocaine, oxycodone. I can't even pronounce some of that stuff. Meth. Wow, ketamine, acid. It's part of a conspiracy that Diddy, the defendant, agreed that a conspirator would commit at least 2 acts of racketeering in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise. Okay, notice of special sentencing factor. We're almost done, y'all. From at least in or about 2019 up into including 2018, the Southern District of New York, as part of this agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct and affairs of the Combs enterprise. So they've been watching him since 2009. They've been watching Diddy for a long time. The defendant agreed to, in and affecting interstate foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means of a person, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact of the means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion described in Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 1591. Any combination of such means could be used to cause a person to engage in commercial sex acts. That was just count 1, guys. Count 1. That all of that was RICO. Do you see how it's a little bit more tighter than what we're seeing with YSL? Now let me go to count 2 and just read that one briefly. Count 2 is sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. Victim 1. So there's one victim here that they are going to try to conceal. Count 3, the transportation to engage in prostitution. All of that is here. Forfeiture allegations are here as well. There you have it, guys. This is bad for Diddy, but at the same time, you don't want people like this out there in the street. Oh, he might have to get rid of some of his property. Let me read that part because this is like his property. What are they saying about? Okay, so forfeiture allegations. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 1 of this indictment, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States, pursuant to Title 18, United States Code, Section 1963, any and all interest the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of Title 18. That is crazy. They're taking all his stuff. Any and all interest in securities of, claims against, and property or contractual rights of any kind affording a source of influence over the enterprise named and described herein, which the defendant established, operated, controlled, conducted, and participated in the conduct of Title 18, and any and all property constituting and derived from the proceeds obtained directly and indirectly of said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. They're taking all his money. This is why he was selling his house this past summer. As a result of committing the offense alleged in counts 2 of this indictment, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States any and all property, real and personal, involved in, used, or intended to be used to commit or facilitate the commission of said offense, and any and all property traceable to such property, and any and all property, real and personal, constituting or deriving from proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as result of the said offense, including but not limited to all money, all currency, United States currency representing the amount of property of said offense. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 3, he has to forfeit his property. So all 3 counts means that all his stuff has to be like submitted to the government. If any of the above described forfeitable property as a result of any of these acts of the defendant cannot be located, has to be transferred, has to be placed beyond the jurisdiction, has substantially diminished in value, or has commingled with other property, it is the intent of the United States to seek forfeiture of any other property of the defendant up to the value of the forfeitable property. So that's it. They came for all of it. That is your Diddy update, y'all. Intense. Really, really intense. Quinn says it just meant Woody. All right, let's get back to YSL because that one just made my head hurt. But let's go back because we just wanted to take a quick break to see what's going on with Diddy. We've done that, and now we can move on. Let's go.
Move in limine that these matters not be broached on cross-examination. I have intentionally not asked about the content of anybody's interviews, and I don't know whether or not any member of the defense intends to attempt to elicit testimony about what any particular witness or defendant said who has not testified from Detective Thorpe, but I would ask that the court preclude questioning about what anybody said in an interview that has not yet testified. And I don't want to have to object like I'm trying to hide something, but I did specifically ask about certain people, but I intentionally did not go into what the content of any interviews were. So in as much as that may be an issue, I would rather, if we can, address it before the jury comes out.
All right. Anybody want to be heard on that? Well, I know that. So, does anybody want to be heard on that?
I guess it depends on the question and the reason for it. So that's very broad. So I don't want to agree with, I don't want the court to just say, yes, that's off limits, but I think we should do a question by question objection.
Okay, and what would your basis be?
Hearsay as to any witness that has not testified.
All right, I don't know that I can decide that before I hear sort of what questions being asked.
I'll give you an example, if I may. You've heard the name Spencer Wright, Your Honor, which is R-I-G-H-T for the Miss Winfrey. Well, it is my belief that Spencer Wright lied, did not tell the truth. He was looking to get a deal, a favorable agreement from the district attorney's office through the detective as well. And Detective Thorpe took out warrants that then were not followed through.
Wow.
That would not be hearsay because it's not offered for the truth. So that's why I say the question by question should be continued.
Your Honor, having Detective Thorpe testify that Spencer Wright lied necessarily gets to what Spencer Wright said. I think it's an improper question to ask him if he lied.
I would not think that was what Mr. Steele would be asking. Mr. Steele.
Example, it's a very broad objection. So you asked for a response. My response is we should go question by question.
And Your Honor, the reason that since Mr. Steele used Spencer Wright, for instance, if the question is, did Spencer Wright tell you, or did you, given that Mr. Steele's assertion is he thinks he lied, and therefore asking him about what he said isn't really offering for the truth of the matter asserted, it's hearsay, it's an out-of-court statement, and I don't believe that it can be cured with the assertion, well, I believe he lied. If he wants to get into what Spencer Wright said, then Spencer Wright can be called as a witness, but I don't think that it's proper to allow Detective Thorpe, one, to characterize, to testify about what Spencer Wright said when I've not opened that door, and there's no exception that affords him the ability to permissibly.
I have good news for you guys. We're getting crossed today. So we got a few more minutes of the unbearable love, but we're getting some cross. So this is good. And pay attention, because this is like a part of Brian's strategy that I think is coming.
We elicit that type of testimony from the witness. I'll stop there.
So I would think that if I understand Mr. Steele's argument correctly, if he asks, what did Spencer Wright say, or who did Spencer Wright say did X, Y, Z, that he wouldn't be eliciting that for the truth of what Mr. Wright said, but to then follow up and say warrants weren't taken out for whomever that person was, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Your Honor, I mean, he could ask whether warrants were taken out based on what Spencer Wright said, but I think that him getting into whether he lied or what he said specifically.
Yeah, I don't
would
think
not be
he's,
proper.
yeah, I agree with that, but we weren't talking about a question about whether the officer thinks that, or the detective thinks that Mr. Wright lied. It would have been, you had said this would be hearsay, and he's offering something that if he asked it wouldn't be for hearsay purposes because it wouldn't be for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor,
I mean, I can't make a blanket ruling that nobody can ask anything about. Go ahead.
asking about whether Mr. Steele believes that it's the truth or not, eliciting specific statements from the witness. It's an out-of-court statement that may or may not be considered true. He may say he's not offering it for the truth of the matter, but I think it's akin to asking what Detective Thorpe did based on information he got from other people. And the idea is that it wasn't that what they said is true, he followed up on it, but I can't talk about what the other people said. And in the same manner that the objection was sustained, that I can't even, it's somehow embedded hearsay, this idea that having Detective Thorpe talk about what Spencer Wright said that Mr. Williams' attorney believes isn't true, somehow is okay because he doesn't believe it's true. It's the same type of situation where he's asking a question that necessarily relies on hearsay and sort of almost implicitly puts before the jury information that without Spencer Wright testifying, they should not be made privy to. And he can ask a question, did Spencer Wright give you information? Did you try to confirm it or to disprove it based on what Spencer Wright said? Did you do certain things? But getting into the specifics of what Spencer Wright said, I believe, is even more improper than, is not proper.
All right, well, thank you. Okay, we're ready for the witness and the jury.
And, I'm sorry, I just want to say one thing. And I will be asking if he interviewed certain defendants. I will not asking what they said.
Yes.
Just as a protective measure, it is my understanding that Detective Thorpe did not interview Mr. Williams. I would object to any questions did you interview Mr. Williams? I just don't see the relevance of it. It already came out. I objected to it. Did Mr. Williams come down? It was with Mr. Sledge. I objected to that question by the prosecutor. Did Mr. Williams come down? Did you, Mr. Sledge, speak with the police with Mr. Copeland? Did Mr. Williams come down? I asked the court that comments on pre-arrest silence under ORR, and I know it's not a blanket rule anymore, but it's a 403 analysis. I don't see any benefit to it. So again, I don't want Mr. Williams' name to come up. Did you speak with or interview Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, I have a response of the court.
Go ahead.
Judge, on cross-examination of Mr. Sledge, it was elicited that that it was talked about that Mr. Williams encouraged Mr. Sledge to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station, and that the state instructed the witness to not tell the jury that. The fact that, and then Mr. Sledge somehow said yes, but the fact that that happened, and the fact that if that is what's out there, and of course I impeached him, I believe, but the fact that it's relevant that Mr. Williams encouraged him before Mr. Williams, the pre-arrest silence prohibition does not apply to if Mr. Williams is encouraging someone to go. Did Mr. Williams go with him did Mr. Williams ever go down to the police station himself to talk about the fact that his stepfather's house was shot up? Asking about Mr. Williams going down to the police station after it's been talked about that he encouraged someone else to, I think is very relevant. If he's encouraging someone else to go, then he can go himself. And I'd have to find the case, but specifically.
Right, I don't think a question that just says, did you interview A, did you interview B, did you interview C? And the answer is either yes or no is a comment on pre-arrest silence if they say no. So you may ask that question.
Okay.
Are we now ready for the witness and the jury?
Oh, Lord love, come on, let's go. We always waiting
I
for
wanted
you.
to ask the court, so will the court allow me to ask whether or not defendant Williams ever, not just did he interview him, but will the court permit me to ask if he ever came to offer information about the shooting at his stepfather's house?
No, I think that gets a little too close to pre-arrest silence. No. Are we now ready for the jury and the witness?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
All right, they're coming back in. Okay, let's skip ahead. Got a little bit of TiVo time.
It's like it is it?
I think it is.
Okay. Detective Thorpe, before you talked to Kenneth Copeland, did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented a Corvette before he rented the gray Infiniti?
No, ma'am.
After you spoke with Mr. Wright, did you also, without talking about what anybody said, speak with a person with the last name Stillwell, Tremont Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with that person along with ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that in the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
When you mentioned earlier that you put out a picture, a photo of the person entering the barber shop with a gun, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 292 Charlie, 292 Yankee Charlie 2, and ask you if this is generally the depiction that you release to the public.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit. Just one second. 5 Yankee. 5 Yankee. And ask you whether this is or isn't similar to the photograph that you released to the public. Just one second. And while we're actually pulling up, it's going to be a different exhibit. I'll ask you this. After speaking with Kenneth Copeland, did you also speak with Antonio Sledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all was in the room or in the interview with Mr. Sledge?
Yes, should be Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither.
All right. And did you also speak with Diamante Kendrick?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was in the room when you interviewed him?
Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis.
Did you also interview Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Who was in the room when you interviewed him?
I believe it was Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither on that one also.
And were all of these interviews captured in the same way that the interviews in normal interview rooms are recorded, audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Showing you 296 Yankee. Is 296 Yankee reflective generally, like, of the area that you put out or depicted when you put out the photo of the car passing by the barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
After you did you learn about a Kelvin Treadwell during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever speak with Mr. Treadwell to your?
I believe so.
Okay. After, did you know about a person by the name of Javaris Bradford before you turned your file over to the district attorney's office?
No, I did not.
Did you learn about a person named Javaris Bradford afterwards?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall where you first heard the name Javaris Bradford in the course of this investigation?
The fall investigation done by Senior 88, Mike Sprinkle, and his team.
All right. Ariel Bax, had you heard that name prior to turning over the case to the district attorney's office?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you learn that name after 88 Sprinkle began looking into this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What about, did you know about a person by the name of Kenya Morton?
No, ma'am.
Did you learn about Kenya Morton after you turned the case over to 88 Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you personally ever pull any phone calls from the jail from a Martinez Arnold?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Were you Now, did you personally ever interview or speak with Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams?
No, ma'am.
Tell me if you interviewed or knew of rather the name Justin Cobb before you turned the case over to the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you remember how you first learned of that name?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn about it before your investigation, or did you know of that name before you began the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, ma'am, during.
Did you speak with Justin Cobb before you turned the case over to the district attorney's office?
I do not believe so.
Would you tell the jury whether after the interviews that you made, whether you conducted any other acts to further your investigation, either in conduct, in tandem with Mr. Sprinkle or someone else, in order for you to further your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas, without telling what anybody said?
Okay. Yes, I did.
What types of other actions did you take to further your investigation?
Interviews.
Mhm.
We conducted several interviews afterwards,
Okay.
in which they
You
took the
always
lead.
in front of people.
In which, who took the lead?
Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
And after those interviews, and when you collected cell phone records, was it you that plotted them, or did you simply aid in collecting the cell phone records?
ADA collecting cell phone records and sent it all over to the ADA's office.
Okay. Did, before you turned your case over to the district attorney's office, did you execute a warrant for people who were not later indicted for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, ma'am.
Did you, and by a warrant, I mean, did you have a cert or an arrest warrant signed for Antonio Sledge for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, I believe so. I did.
Is that a person that the district attorney's office declined to prosecute for the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you execute an arrest warrant for Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the district attorney's office decline to prosecute Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the district attorney's office indict people that you had not arrested or executed arrest warrants for?
Yes, they did.
Was one of those persons Javoris Bradford, as it relates to the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I
to your
believe.
knowledge?
I believe so.
And what about Justin Cobb?
I believe so also.
And did the district attorney's office execute or indict the remaining people that you executed arrest warrants for?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Here you go, Mike. Just for you.
How long is it customary to investigate a murder? Do you have a certain timeline that you have to finish it by?
No, ma'am.
Do you close it after one arrest, or if there are other suspects, or do you continue to investigate it?
Continue to investigate.
She's almost done, guys. About
Is
2
it
minutes.
unusual for you to investigate a murder for over a year, or is that common?
No, ma'am. It's not unusual.
And so over the course of a year, can you tell the jury what is it that would take a year versus allowing you to finish a murder in 48 hours, like you might see on TV? Your Honor,
I mean, sustained, you might be able to ask something different, but sustained as to that question.
yes, Your Honor. Would you tell the jury some of the factors that led to the length of time that you investigated this particular murder, generally speaking?
Cooperation, other substantial evidence, physical evidence from the scene, tangible, and that there was a series of people that we had to interview to suss out what was good leads, what was bad leads.
Okay. Were you ever given any, were you ever able to obtain any surveillance footage from a McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
I believe I was not to my knowledge.
Did you make an effort when you obtained information in an interview to follow up on each piece of information, or did you just discard some and just?
No, I followed up on.
Are you done?
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Can you describe for the jury where the are you familiar with a place called the Green Store?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of place is the Green Store?
It's one of the local neighborhood convenience stores, mom and pops.
Okay. Were you ever able, or did anyone ever give you reason to believe there was surveillance footage at the Green Store of interest to you?
Not to my knowledge.
We need that wrap it up box. Did y'all find out if I can buy one?
When you interviewed people who were under arrest, did you make certain to always read them their rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And if they weren't under arrest, was there ever any reason to read any rights?
No, ma'am.
All right, just 1 second.
Would you send me the link to Gray? I didn't see it.
Do you recall the time, the exact specific time that you took the warrants out for the murder of Donovan Thomas, arrest warrants?
I believe it was around the month of November,
Of what year?
2015,
Okay. And do you remember when it was that you turned the case over to the DA's office?
January of 2016.
Okay. Did you know the name Demise McMullen?
Shout out
Yes,
to
ma'am.
Demise.
Did you learn about that name prior to turning the case over to the DA's office?
No, ma'am.
Oh my gosh. I think you've run out of questions, ma'am.
Your Honor, I think that that's all that I have. At
Woo!
Any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
All right, first up, Brian Steele.
Good afternoon, Detective Thorpe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Steele.
How are you?
Fine, sir. How about yourself?
Can I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
I want to go to Sunday morning, January 11th of 2015.
Yes, sir.
So just to orient you and the jury, you're at the Atlanta Police Department with Kenneth Copeland. That's what I'm focused on, okay?
Yes, sir.
And there's something in evidence already. It's a video audio recording.
Yes, sir.
And you were the one who started or ensured that that room was being video and audio recorded when you were with Mr. Copeland. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it's already in. It's JW, Jeffrey Williams, 241D. May I play it, please?
You may.
It should come up on your screen.
Oh, here comes little Woody. Oh, for the wrap it up box. Thank you, girl.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who? Who's Walter Maddox? Huh? No, y'all. Did y'all ever rent or own an Infinity? Infinity. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you been stopped in an Infinity before? Have I? Yeah. Had an accident in an Infinity? No. A maximum? Have I ever had covered in? No. Let me think. So did you? Anytime. I had coverage in the Pontiac, that was a couple years ago. I ain't had no coverage, I ain't had no red sleep, I ain't have none of it. What kind of car your brother drive? Who was that in there? A white Dodge Charge. This truck car he gave me. Your brother got two cars? Nah, he girl got car in the car, he got the Dodge Charge. Okay. Then she got the little ugly little Malibu, like a 19 something. 2014 Dodge Charger? Yeah. White? Yeah. Who drives a Nissan? A Nissan? What color? What color is it? Gray. How about that? Okay. Y'all ever had a Infinity Gray, a gray Infinity Q45 before? A truck? No. A cup? Yeah. Not I know of.
Were you able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's fair. That's accurate. Looks true.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were asking Mr. Copeland questions about a gray, potentially rental car Infinity. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And this is within 8 hours approximately of the shooting of Mr. Donovan Thomas and the two other people, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you asked him those questions, Mr. Copeland was there because you had information, I believe, that the streets were calling his name about being involved in this crime, right?
Yes, sir.
So you gave him the opportunity through a conversation you had on the telephone. If he wants, he doesn't have to, but if he wants to come in and talk to you, that's what we're going to talk about, his possible being involved in the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when he told you, no, he didn't know Mr. Maddox, no, there was nothing to do with a gray colored Infinity rental car, you had already obviously information that he may have been involved with that car. Is that fair to say?
Sustained.
The car that I just referred to, the gray rental car Infinity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, he denied any knowledge or access to that type of vehicle that we just saw in Jeffrey Williams 241D, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had a reason to believe that he was not being truthful, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to the improper form of the question.
Sustained.
You did not, at that point, you had information contrary to his denial, true?
Yes, sir.
Now, he also at that same interrogation meeting, interview, whatever you want to call it is fine, with Mr. Copeland. You also asked him where he was at and around the time of the shooting. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And he told you two places of interest. One is the McDonald's, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes regarding at or around the time of the shooting.
Overruled.
Tells you about a McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir. He told me about McDonald's.
And that McDonald's, the jurors have seen pictures and they've heard the address, but we're talking about on Cleveland Avenue, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And it's near a laundromat, if you're familiar with the area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Near the laundromat, near the auto place, and across the street is other establishments, including a gas station convenience store. Fair?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, at that time, were there cameras, when I say cameras, surveillance cameras, on the laundromat building?
I believe so. There was.
Were there cameras on the McDonald's?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Were there cameras on the auto parts store?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Were there cameras across the street on the convenience store, gas station?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you went, I assume you followed up on that alibi, true?
Yes, sir.
When you went to those establishments, or did you go to those establishments?
Yes.
I object on the basis of assuming facts and evidence. There was no, the question was regarding an alibi and base. I think it's an improper question.
Overruled.
Did you go to those establishments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you attempt to locate and ask for, use subpoena power, the jurors may not use a search warrant, to get those video surveillance cameras if they existed?
I went and checked to see the video footage. So they had video footage that could be of use. Then that's when I'll go and obtain a search warrant to indicate in the search warrant, this is the time frame I'm looking for. But I believe at McDonald's, they already had reached their 15-day mark. So the video footage, I think, was already overwritten, I believe.
Now, who did you already told the jury that you would take notes and put this all in your reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have to do that. You have to document what you're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Because sometimes cases are tried. In our case, we're 9 plus years after January 10th, 2015, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors whether you ever put in your report anywhere that you saw the video at the McDonald's or you spoke with somebody?
No, I believe I did not.
Is there a reason you did not put that detail in your report?
No, because I didn't understand any evidence from that. So that's why I didn't document in my report, but I had it in my notes.
Okay. How about your notes then? Did you ever, where are your notes today?
I can't find my notepad.
And to be fair to the jury, I asked you about your notes previously, fair?
Yes, sir.
And you said the same thing. You can't find it, right?
Yes, sir.
It's gone.
Yes, sir.
Now, how about you mentioned McDonald's, how about the auto parts store, that video surveillance? Can you tell the jurors what you did to secure that surveillance on January 10th, 2015, the relevant period of time?
Same time, I believe I went out there maybe a couple of days later to look because I focused on the McDonald's since that was he was talking about. And I did not obtain any video from them either.
What did that person tell you? If you remember.
Objection is to hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this way. In your report, did you put anything about going to the auto parts store to inquire about their surveillance?
No, sir.
Okay. And it would be in your notes?
Yes, sir.
Notes are gone.
Yes, sir.
Can't find.
Can't find.
Okay.
Sustained.
Across the street, the convenience store gas station, their surveillance equipment. Did you go there and ask them for theirs?
I believe I would ask them for theirs.
You did not?
I believe I did not.
Okay. And how about the laundromat across the street from the McDonald's?
I think their system was working at that time.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
No, can't remember the name.
And the same questions, it's not in your report, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned the green store. Do you know the true name of the green store by any chance?
No, sir, not offhand.
Okay, that's fine. But it's called a green store for the obvious reason that it was green?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how far, if you know, and if you don't know, just say, I'm not familiar. Would you say the green store is from the location, God forbid, that Donovan Thomas was shot?
Want to say maybe a couple of blocks?
We're talking close, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Copeland told you that on January 10th, 2015, and when I say told you, I'm still sticking to January, the next day or 8 hours later. He told you also that he was at around the green store at around the time of Mr. Thomas being shot. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware, did you find out, did you look for it, whether the green store had surveillance cameras?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did the green store have surveillance cameras?
I believe their system was down also.
Okay. And who did you speak with?
I can't recall the person's name.
And did you put it's not in your report, fair to say?
No, sir.
And the notes are gone.
Yes, sir.
Now, surveillance footage is a good tool. Would you agree with that?
So it sounds like they do not have surveillance footage from a lot of different vantage points. And I think that's what Brian is getting at. But real quick, while I remember, shout out to Count Cracula who says Timu Notepad. Chat, you want to hear something funny? We have been having little jokes like Timu lawyers, Timu notepads, Timu this. Why did Timu reach out to me yesterday? And they were like, hey, we think that your audience would really love our brand. Do you want to do a brand deal? Look at what y'all got me into. Too funny. Let's get back into it.
Yes, sir.
Enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Because a surveillance camera, if it's properly working, no one tampered with it, it doesn't really have any motivation or agenda. Is that fair?
Vague and
Overruled.
motivation.
True.
True.
And it just captures, if it's working properly, the images that it has in front of it, right?
True.
So we wouldn't really have to debate whether Mr. Copeland or others were at a McDonald's if we had that surveillance.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Now, with regards to Mr. Copeland, when he told you he made the denial of the infinity, remember what we just played?
Mhm.
At that point in time, that got you, I assumed, so you tell us, that got you interested in maybe he's not being forthright. Is that fair?
Objection, Your Honor, as improper questions regarding.
Sustained.
You questioned whether he was being truthful with you. Is that fair to say?
Still, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you have questions on his answers that he denied the infinity?
Objection,
Bless
vague.
you.
Bless you.
I'm sorry.
What's the objection?
Objection vague. The question was, did you have questions?
Questions on his. Sustained.
How did you take it when Mr. Copeland said, no, I don't have anything to do and no memory of the infinity?
Objection, Your Honor, vague
Overruled on that basis.
Okay, how did I take it?
and
Yeah.
relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you about,
Brian's done. Did y'all hear that? Let's go back. Brian's done with her shit again. Look at his face right here, right here.
Objection, Your Honor, vague
Overruled on that basis.
Okay, how did I take it?
and
Yeah.
relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
okay. All right.
He laughed.
Let me ask you about Jeffrey Williams, okay? You found out that Jeffrey Williams rented a Corvette vehicle from Hertz Rental Car at the airport, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And when I say rented, on or about January 6, 2015, something like that. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
If my day's wrong, I'm not trying to,
Yeah.
it's around that time, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the Infinity on around January 7th, 2015, fair to say?
Okay, did I find out if he rented it January 7th?
You found out later that
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, in his name, there's an Infinity vehicle rented, right?
Yes, sir. Through the DA's office. Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors what evidence you have that Jeffrey Williams drove that Infinity rented vehicle.
Objection, Your Honor, regarding matters that are within the province of the jury in terms of evidence.
Rephrase.
Do you have any evidence to share with the
Rephrase.
jury?
That's the issue that she's rephrased the question.
I think that's a proper question.
Rephrase the question.
I'm going to have to move on to another topic. Let me ask you about,
Do y'all want to approach from that?
sure.
Yeah, the judge knows they're about to start fighting again. But it is an objection party. Luckily, we have TiVo time for our Temu chat. Skipping ahead, they took a little break. Back to it. I really can't with the squeak. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit more. Vince is talking about something. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, Miss. Yes, Miss Still.
Good to see you.
All right.
Same here, sir.
Ms. Schardt, you're standing up. You have questions? Well, I mean, you're up and nobody else is, so I guess you can take your turn now and then we'll see whether anybody else has questions.
Investigator Thorpe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, my name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
No, sir.
Let me see if I can get you. Do you have a-
Okay, let's skip ahead.
Oh, if Mr. Schardt has one, I have one that he could use.
I believe
It doesn't matter.
And Your Honor, may I just approach and bring it up? And I'm not asking Detective Thorpe to refer to it at all right now. I just want him to have it handy in case he needs.
In the event, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Detective Thorpe, I'm going to ask you about October 19th of 2015.
Okay.
Okay? And that is the day for reference. Do you know what happened on that day off the top of your head?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was the day that you spoke to the person who identified himself as Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'd like to talk to you about how that happened. Zone 1 Day Watch contacted you about having a person in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were informed by your fellow officers that this person was named Nicholas Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the way, to your understanding, this person identified himself to the police.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this Nicholas Robinson, he was in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He had, on that day, on October 19th, 2015, he had been arrested for a felony offense of theft by receiving, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, as to, never mind, withdraw the objection.
And he was also had probation warrants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The reality is Nicholas Robinson was on his way to Rice Street, to 901 Rice Street, the Fulton County Jail.
Yes, sir.
And your fellow officers called you and said, this person may have information on something you're working on.
Yes, sir.
And you decided, well, before I get there, on direct, as I understand your testimony, you testified that you did not think Nicholas Robinson was trying to help himself out by talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when I say help himself out, I'm talking about get consideration on charges that were now pending against him. Are we on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony is you do not believe that he was trying to get help for those.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is that your testimony? You don't believe he was trying to get curry favor and get help with his pending charges?
Yeah, he may have, but that was not up to me.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Prior to October 19, 2015, prior to the date he had been arrested, had Nicholas Robinson ever come up to you and tried to give you information?
No, sir.
Okay. You decided to conduct a formal interview with this person who to you was known as Nicholas Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was he wearing at that time of the formal interview? Was he in Rice Street Blues yet?
Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. During the course of your interview with Nicholas Robinson, he continued to refer to himself as Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you referred to him as Nicholas Robinson because you believe that was his identity, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he never corrected you.
Yes, sir.
And you all, without getting into what was said, you all spoke about the shooting of Donovan Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. After this interview on October 19, 2015, investigator Gaither informed you that this man's name was not, in fact, Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir, but it was not after the interview. It was during the interview.
Okay, during the interview,
Yes, sir.
investigator Gaither informed you that this man was not, in fact, Nicholas Robinson,
Correct.
and his name was Spencer Wright.
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, when we say during the
So another
interview,
lie.
it was well into the interview. The interview hadn't just started. You guys had been talking for some time.
Yes, sir.
Wow. That's
And this
huge.
interview happened.
That's huge. What's happening? You guys know Max is always cooking. What he just identified, and remember, the defense's job is to show that this, the detectives didn't do a proper and thorough investigation. And Max just identified that this detective was speaking to someone who identified himself under a name, and then very well into the interview, it was discovered that that person lied and gave the detective a false name. So when Max says, "Oh, when did you discover that? Was it well into the interview?" and he says yes. Come on. What are y'all doing, APD? What are you doing?
Happened on October 19, 2015.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The warrants that you took out on the Donovan Thomas case were taken out. I know you testified that it was in November sometime.
Yes, sir.
It was actually taken out on October 20th,
Okay.
2015. Isn't
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your reports. You've been in law enforcement for how long?
30 years and 8-9 months.
30 years and 9 months.
Mhm.
And all that with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you were brought on by the police department, before you even started you started on the streets, right?
Yes, sir.
Be on the streets. Okay, before you even started, they trained you on writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and throughout these 30 years of service you have with the Atlanta Police Department, you've obtained refreshers, taken refresher courses on writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've been trained that your reports are to be accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, accurate about evidence received,
Yes, sir.
accurate about things that have been told to you,
Yes, sir.
and accurate about the work you do on a case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were supposed to document that work, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's also, these reports are also supposed to be complete, correct?
Yes, sir.
So as per your training, work you've done on the case, your reports are to include a complete accounting of this work, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified, and I'm not going to retread over things that Mr. Steele covered, but just briefly. You testified that you went to the McDonald's to search for surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what date did you do that?
I believe it was not the 11th, I think it was the 12th. January 12th, I'm sorry, January
Okay,
12th.
January 12th, you
Or-
went to the McDonald's
Yes, sir, I believe it was.
to look for video,
Yes, sir. I can't recall exactly what day it was.
but you're pretty sure it was January 12th?
Yeah, it was in that time range. It wasn't like 2 or 3 months later.
Okay, did you not just testify that when you went to the McDonald's, they informed you that the video had been taped over?
Yes, most of it's on a 15-day cycle, so I don't never know when their 15-day cycle starts or ends.
Okay, but if you went on January 12th, that would have been 2 days.
Yeah, once again, do not know when their 15-day, everybody's system is different. May not follow the same 15 days
got 'em
as
again.
in the months.
He got him again.
It's like sometimes we get them and the video can be 2 hours behind, 2 hours ahead, based on that particular location. So I do not know when their 15-day rotation was.
Who went with you?
I went by myself.
Who did you talk to at McDonald's? What was their name?
I cannot recall the name.
Did you record any of this?
No.
And none of this is in your report?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's not.
Yes, it's not.
Okay. The auto parts store. When did you go speak to people at the auto parts store?
Maybe a couple of days later.
And who went with you?
Nobody.
And is that recorded?
No, sir.
And is that mentioned in your reports for APD?
No, sir.
When did you realize you lost your notepad?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I cannot recall, but I knew that upon hearing the indictment, I went looking for the case file and I could not locate the case file.
Did you not hand over your notepad to the DA's office when you handed over your file?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the Green Store. The Green Store is formerly known as Mommy's Grocery. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's on Glen Street.
Yes, sir.
About 100 yards from where Glen intersects with McDaniel Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree quarter mile from the scene where Donovan Thomas was shot?
Yeah, about a block and a half, 2 blocks maybe.
Block and a half to 2 blocks.
Yeah, probably.
To drive from the Green Store to that scene about a minute,
Probably less than that,
less than a minute. Okay,
depending on the traffic.
gotcha. Okay, as I understood on direct, your testimony about surveillance at the Green Store was no one told you they had surveillance.
Well, I believe they said the system was not working that day or something like that.
No, I'm talking about what Ms. Love asked you. I believe you said that no one told you that they had surveillance. Is that not correct?
I can't recall, but I believe it was to that degree that the video system was not working. So they didn't have video.
Okay.
If
Unbelievable.
the video system was not working, they didn't have video.
So your testimony isn't that no one told you they had surveillance. Your testimony is you went to the Green Store?
Correct.
Okay, who went with you to the Green Store?
No one.
Who did you speak to?
I cannot recall the person's name.
What day did you go to the Green Store?
Probably within that week, I believe it was.
Okay, and it was that trip to the Green Store, was that recorded?
No, sir.
Okay, is that in your notes?
No, sir.
Excuse me, in your report?
No, sir.
Okay.
Wow.
You testified that on the night, early morning of January 11th, you had a brief conversation with Deshaun Quarterman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Deshaun other than that brief conversation with Deshaun Quarterman, did you speak to Deshaun Quarterman any more about as part of your investigation?
No.
Mr. Copeland, Kenneth Copeland, you said that you were involved in about four, I believe the testimony was 4 formal interviews with Mr. Copeland?
I believe so it was. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have Mr. Copeland's phone number?
No.
Did Mr. Copeland have your phone number?
No.
Did you ever speak on the phone with Mr. Copeland as part of your investigation, other than that first night when Deshaun Quarterman called him and you?
No, I can't recall ever talking to him on the phone.
Okay,
Or
you just-
interviewing him on the phone. No, sorry.
Well, okay, I want to be clear. I'm not saying just an interview. I'm saying talking to him on the phone.
No, sir.
So your testimony is you never spoke to
Not that I
Kenneth
recall.
Copeland on the phone. Not
No,
that
sir.
you recall or you never did it.
I can recall if I ever did. So I think I did not talk to him over the phone.
Okay. Are there any mentions in your notes, your reports about speaking to Mr. Copeland on the phone?
No, sir.
And Kelvin Watts, you know him as Shell Kel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever interview Kelvin Watts as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When was that?
I cannot recall when it was, but he you want to go into detail, but it was,
I'm not asking you what was said. I'm
Okay.
just asking when you spoke to him.
I cannot recall. He was brought on an unrelated case.
Okay. So as part of this investigation, I'm asking, not unrelated cases.
Yeah. Well, I asked him because he was there at the time of the incident. So I asked him roundabout questions and he was like, don't want to talk about it.
So let me ask you this. In your investigation, were you able to determine Kelvin Watts' whereabouts on January 10th, 2015 at 7:20 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object based on hearsay. It would necessarily require it.
Overruled.
And where was Kelvin Watts?
He was at the location, the incident location.
Where Donovan Thomas was shot?
Yes, sir.
How far away was he from Donovan Thomas?
Your Honor, may we approach? I need to.
You may.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna skip all that. Max is cooking. He's getting some good stuff out of here. We can see that he has not checked surveillance from different vantage points. Brian started to expand on that. And then we're also seeing that he lost his notebook that contained notes from these meetings. And there's no one else that went with him to these meetings. So all we can rely upon is the notes that are missing. Absolute cluster. I'm going to skip ahead since we've got our TiVo time. They should be coming back any second. Here we go.
Investigator Thorpe, how did you determine that Kelvin Watts was on the scene?
I'm going to object to assuming facts not in evidence, and I'm going to ask that a proper foundation be laid.
That's overruled.
The video surveillance footage of a person coming inside the barbershop was presented to the media, placed on the news, and his father called me and notified me that the person I'm looking for with the assault rifle is actually his son, Kelvin Watts.
Oh, okay. Let me try to clear this up. Okay. Investigator Thorpe, could you does Donovan Thomas Sr. have multiple sons?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. Would looking at your report refresh your recollection about who was in the barbershop?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please turn to page 3 of your report where it talks about January 11, 2015? I'm assuming your page 3 is the same one I'm looking at. you see where it says on January 11, 2015 at approximately 18:45 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about who was in the barber shop with the gun?
Yeah, okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Who was in fact the individual that was in the barber shop with the gun?
Okay, DeMonte Thomas.
Okay. And is that another one of Donovan Thomas's senior's children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Kelvin Watts, I'm going to ask again, do you know whether he was at the scene or not?
No, sir.
You don't know one way or another?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever specifically ask him, without giving me the answer, did you ever specifically ask him when you interviewed him about a
Objection,
different case?
relevance as to whether he asked him, it would.
Overruled.
Did you ever specifically ask him if he was at the scene or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to identify, you've seen the surveillance video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to identify all of the people that were standing by Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. when he was shot?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any other defense attorneys with questions for this witness?
Watch her redirect.
Mr. Williams? Questions for this witness? Okay. Is there redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Thorpe, you were asked on cross-examination about an alibi that Mr. Copeland gave at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And do you recall exactly what it was that Mr. Copeland told you he was doing at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, if I recall correctly, he stated that he was home in the bed asleep.
Okay. So did he ever tell you that he was at the green store at the time of?
Oh, here's the stance. I hate when
No,
she
ma'am.
does this. Why does she do that?
At the McDonald's at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland offer you, let me ask you this. Was that information that he gave to you about his whereabouts captured on the video surveillance in the interview room?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland ever tell you anything different about what he was doing or where he was at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder outside the interview room?
No, ma'am.
Now, how many, you said you worked 300 homicides or more during your time with APD?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you give to the district attorney's office the results of your investigation? Do you normally just turn over your notepad or do you summarize it in?
Oh my
I
God.
summarized it in a report.
Okay.
It was called the Lead Investigator Supplement.
All right.
He lost it.
You were also asked on cross-examination about the time it takes to get from the murder scene to the green store. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever give you any indication that immediately before or immediately after the murder, he was at the green store?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any indication. Sorry.
In all of your interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever change his whereabouts as to where he was at the time of the murder?
No, ma'am. He did not.
You were also asked whether you interviewed Kelvin Watts.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you said it was in the course of another investigation, do you recall what investigation that was?
These are her witnesses, and it's like she was very calm with him all day. And I thought maybe she just decided to take turn the leaf, take the high road. And aggressive love has entered the chat. She's back.
Yes, ma'am.
What investigation was that?
It was a homicide.
A homicide of who?
I can't recall the victim's name. It was a young lady.
Now, as it related to that particular homicide, did you interview Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were asked on cross-examination about asking Kelvin Watts his whereabouts at the time Donovan Thomas was murdered, do you have any indication, or did you see any indication on the surveillance footage that you saw that Kelvin Watts was there at the scene of the murder?
Not definitively, no, ma'am.
And regarding the victim of the murder that you were speaking to Kelvin Watts and that you interviewed Shannon Stillwell about, was that victim Tiara Jones?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
When you take notes about what you learned in your investigation, do you include every negative outcome that you have? In other words, I went to this store and found nothing, this store and found nothing. Do you include all of that every time in your investigative summary?
No, ma'am.
Would you keep that information or share that information if you were asked about it?
Yes, ma'am.
You would share it?
Yes, ma'am.
So why don't you put all of the negative information, like in terms of not having found anything, in your investigative report?
I try and keep my supplements relative to the investigation. So if they wish to do a follow-up, they say, okay, this is where he went. He got this. Let me go back and verify this, verify that.
You were asked on cross-examination as well about questions that you spoke with Mr. Copeland regarding.
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, if he rented a gray Infiniti.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any knowledge that Jeffrey Williams had rented a gray Infiniti at that time?
No, ma'am. None.
And when you say that you met Kenneth Copeland at the back of police headquarters,
Yes, ma'am.
did you see how he arrived?
No, ma'am.
Were you given information about how he arrived from anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you given any information about who all was in the car when he arrived?
No, ma'am.
Did your questions regarding what kind of car that Mr. Copeland may have owned or rented have anything to do with what you believe he arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
You, when asked on cross-examination about Mr. Copeland's whereabouts at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder, do you know or have personal knowledge of where his cell phone records indicate he was at the time of the murder? Personal knowledge, do you?
No, ma'am, I do not have personal knowledge.
Did you see yourself and Mr. Copeland on the screen when you were asked on cross-examination about defense? Jeffrey Williams Defense Exhibit number 241Z.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the cell phone on the table before you in front of Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When I asked you earlier if Mr. Copeland carried a cell phone, did you recall at the time that he had one during the interview?
I didn't recall he had one during the time of the interview.
When you video record interviews such as this one and others, does the video recording of the interviews, do they serve to preserve information that you may not remember later?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you turn over all of the video recordings of interviews that you do to the district attorney's office and to be provided in discovery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland make any effort, to your knowledge, to hide the phone that he had with him during the interview?
No, ma'am.
Sustained.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland attempt to cover up the phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland make any moves to conceal the phone from your eyesight?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall whether Kenneth Copeland pulled out that phone during the interview and offered to show you stuff? Do you recall?
No, I do not recall him doing that.
Would looking at that interview, a certain portion of it, refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show that to you in just a moment.
This is recross or redirect,
Where
sorry.
it is that you got the name Walter Maddox?
I believe,
Without saying what someone said, just do you believe?
law enforcement database.
Okay. Prior to Kenneth Copeland telling you, did you know that his brother drove a Dodge Charger?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit.
Oh, I can hear him breathing.
378 Yankee Echo
Feels weird.
at timestamp. And I'm going to show it to you. Just to see if it refreshes you. Approaching at timestamp 3/21/14. Your Honor.
Is she is now bending over his freaking stand. I cannot with this. You see that, Mike?
And since I'm not playing sound, are you able to remember whether or not Kenneth Copeland pulled out his phone to show you information by looking at this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your memory refreshed after reviewing it?
Yes, ma'am. Somewhat. Yes, ma'am.
During the interview, did Kenneth Copeland, and it's 378 Yankee Alpha, during that interview, did Kenneth Copeland pull out his cell phone and show you and offer to show you information?
I believe he did. Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him pulling it out and extending it towards you?
No, he was mostly keying it up himself.
Was he keying it up himself in front of you under your nose?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your investigation, was it common or uncommon for
damn.
the
Here we
people you
go.
were interviewing to essentially key up information under your nose?
The mic
No,
wasn't.
ma'am. It's not unusual.
Did anyone else do that during the course of your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Sustained.
When you turned your file over to the district attorney's office in 2016, did you also turn over the recordings that included the interviews that you conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were asked about the auto parts stores at the auto parts store and the other places in the area, nearby where the murder of Mr. Thomas occurred, at the time that you were investigating the homicide, do you recall what time it was or when in proximity to the murder that Kenneth Copeland said he was at the McDonald's?
He said afterwards.
And did he also give you information about persons who were at the McDonald's with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Through your investigation, did you attempt to and gain phone records for people who he said were at the McDonald's with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Her like redirect is always so long. It's supposed to be short.
Was, according to Mr. Copeland, Demikion Garlington at the McDonald's at the same time he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland, to your memory, give you information during any one of his interviews about where he and other people went after leaving the McDonald's?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
Jeffrey Williams' residence.
The judge warned her about this too, like to stop.
Did you determine
these
the
long
location of that residence after speaking with Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When you reviewed the video surveillance at the Texaco back in January, when you first reviewed it, what were you looking for?
Looking for any one of those vehicles being in the parking lot near the gas pumps.
When you first reviewed the surveillance footage at the Texaco, did you know what Diamante Kendrick looked like?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidentiary value when you first reviewed it, or see or anything that you felt you needed to follow up on as it related to people going into the Texaco?
No, nothing afterwards.
Okay. And when you say not until afterwards, what do you mean?
As we, when the case file was turned over to Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle, we started going over it, and he noticed, he opened up the interior cameras and saw subjects of interest.
Your Honor, he's not talking. Go ahead.
He saw people of interest walking in.
When you say he opened up the interior cameras, can you explain what you mean?
Yes, we downloaded both interior and exterior cameras. What I was looking for on the exterior cameras was possible a tag for the vehicle that was used in the drive-by, or that if the car posted up at the gas station, circled the block, how many people was inside the vehicle, and if I can identify the people inside the vehicle. Senior ADA Sprinkle, he said, let's go ahead and look and see if anybody was inside the store. And he said, once he opened up the interior cameras, that's when we noticed people of interest that he started developing.
Okay. Does ADA Sprinkle was his knowledge of that digital system similar to yours or greater than yours?
Greater than mine.
All right. At the time that Mr. Copeland left the police department after your interview, did he leave with his brother who was waiting for him?
Yes, he did, ma'am.
Do you know whether or not he was taken home by that brother?
I do not know their destination afterwards.
Now, when you looked at the video surveillance at the
About
Texaco
14 minutes, guys.
initially,
14.
did you find anything of evidentiary value? Did you recognize anything of evidentiary value?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Thank you, Doug.
Were you able to get a license plate on any vehicles?
No, ma'am.
Even with 14 minutes left, that's still a long ass redirect.
Did you do anything to intentionally hold back or withhold anything in the notes you talked about on cross-examination? Did you like intentionally destroy them or anything?
No, ma'am.
How long did you run the footage on the local news media in order to get information about this murder?
I think they ran the media, the news station makes that determination. I think they run it for like a week or 2 weeks. And if we put in a request, they'll run it again.
Did you all put in a request for it to be run again? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Did you put that in the report that you ran, that video, for purposes of finding out who was in the barbershop at the time of the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what other kind of information, you were
Hell
asked
no.
across what you didn't put in your report. What other kind of information did you put in your report?
That was it.
No, I mean in terms of, did you detail who you interviewed?
Yes, ma'am. I detail who I interviewed.
Did you detail the times that you interviewed them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail information that was shared during the interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail your efforts to, for instance, follow up on who shot up Mr. Copeland's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail information about people that you initially investigated but ultimately chose or decided not to charge?
I believe so, ma'am. Yes.
Did you put information about Quintez Griffin in your interview,
Yes, ma'am.
in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put the information about Spencer Wright in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put that Spencer Wright initially gave you a name, Nicholas,
Yes,
in your
ma'am.
report?
Yes, ma'am.
No, man.
Did you put information in your report about talking to Mr. Hendricks?
Poor little D has to come and sit here and endure her shit. If I was sick, I would be so mad.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report what Mr. Hendricks told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report information about talking to Mr. Sanders?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report each time that you talked with Mr. Copeland prior to 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you detail each time as opposed to just putting one time?
Because each time it was a different time and different interview.
Did you detail in your report the type of shell casings that were found on the scene of the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the type of shell casings that were found at Van Ira?
No, he's still
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
His lawyer was in court this morning.
Did you detail in your report whether you conducted an informal or formal interview with Diamante Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what Diamante Thomas told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information regarding the video surveillance that you captured from Hair Unlimited Barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report social media posts?
She's going through the whole report to see what he detailed. She's going line by line. Like, it's just unnecessary.
That you investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the type of the type of vehicle described by persons that you interviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report information about what your investigation revealed were retaliatory shootings after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you only interview Kenneth Copeland while he was outside of custody and voluntarily came in, or did you interview him after he had been taken into custody for other things?
After he'd been taken into custody for other things.
Did you detail in your report going to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport to try and find information provided to you by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail the date that you went to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail who went with you to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who went with you to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Detective Summer Benton.
What date did you go to Hartsfield Jackson?
I can't recall. I can look at the note.
That's the airport.
I'm showing you your report.
Okay. I believe it was June 11th, 2015.
Did you detail in your report who it was that suggested meeting you at the homicide office the first time that you spoke with Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you requested Kenneth Copeland to meet you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that he agreed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you were not able to find any information about the rental that Jeffrey Williams did when you and Summer Benton went?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date and time that you interviewed Demekion Garlington?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed Justin Cobb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date and time that you interviewed him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the names of the persons that Kenneth Copeland gave you that were people you found of interest in the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report where it was that Kenneth Copeland advised you that he got that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information about a social media site called Death to Snake Ends?
What?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you detail in your report what it was?
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, he was asked on cross-examination what he did not put in his report. I'm asking what information he did put. So I don't know how it's cumulative when this has not been covered by me, but it was covered on cross.
Overruled.
Did you detail in your report when it was that you saw that social media posting about Death to Snake Ends?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who all was present at the time you interviewed Diamante Kendricks?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was it that you interviewed Diamante Kendricks? Do you recall?
I can't recall the exact date.
Which showing you your report refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am. It was October 6th.
Of 2015?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. October 6th, 2015.
Did you detail the time that
Yes,
you
ma'am.
interviewed? Why did you detail something so simple as the time that you interviewed him?
You know, exact time, the time that we started and the time we ended.
Did you detail in your report that Spencer Wright admitted giving you the false name of Nicholas Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you detail in your report when and against whom you took out arrest warrants for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just one second. Other than Mr. Copeland's brother, did you see anybody else accompanying Mr. Copeland at the time that he came to see you?
No, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that Mr. Copeland came to see you with his girlfriend, Deshaun Quarterman?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just one second. Your Honor, with the exception of a matter I'd just like to approach the bench about, that may be the only
Okay.
question that I have.
All right, come on up.
Sorry, I was skipping on mute. They're back. They were approaching the bench. I really need to buy that wrap it up box.
And detective, we're going to ask you to step out also.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, God. So now the jury and the witness are out of the courtroom. I'm going to skip ahead a bit.
So I got an indication just now that somebody was having a hard time hearing through this system. So whomever that was, can we just test it now? Because I suspect it's not this system. It's that people aren't holding this close enough to their mouths. So I wanted to just have y'all see if you can. So can you hear me when I'm talking? Good enough? No. Okay, so people, can you?
I think the issue is people, I don't know what changed since the previous court, but I think people are speaking too softly and holding it too far away.
Well, that's probably because I constantly tell at least Miss Love to keep it down because I suspect that she gets loud enough sometimes that the jury can hear her. But with regard to everybody else, maybe she needs to talk more quietly and the rest of us need to talk more loudly. So we'll try to do that.
Even the
And hold
judge
it
said
closer.
she's loud.
Okay, sorry about that. Well, we're about to talk about it anyway, out here because we haven't resolved anything.
Shade. Shade from Whitaker. Loud lady
Your Honor,
love.
with the court checking its notes, could the court just give us the date that was?
Well, I gotta find it first.
Okay.
It I think would have been in that week in August, right? That we had the non-jury week. Okay. It is too hot now.
Uh-oh. It's about to get cool in there. Let me see if I can skip some.
Use the restroom and then we'll come back on the record before we get the jury back in.
All right, so they took a bathroom break.
That through another witness, so
I can
ask.
ask, did he report what day you interviewed him? That
Okay.
Mr. Kendricks.
Said in the interview.
Let me be specific. Did Mr. Kendricks tell you that he did not remember what day did you interview him? Did you indicate in your report, reflect in your report, what day you interviewed him? Did Mr. Kendricks, did you ask him where he was or what he was doing on January 10th? And did he reply he couldn't even remember that day?
No, I'm not going to allow that. And
Thank
you
you.
said yourself, you think you can maybe ask that through another witness. So
I can.
ask it through another witness because that's more the type of thing you should ask on direct.
Okay.
then redirect.
No,
Correct.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Kendrick. Kendrick.
What did I say?
There's no
Ken-
S at the end.
No S at the end.
No S at the end.
Okay, anything else before we get this witness back and the jury back? Are you about to wrap up with this witness? Okay, and then how long's your next witness gonna be?
I'm trying to see how fast they can actually. our next witness is one we have on.
They are never ready.
So you don't have another witness here and ready to go, even though
Oh
I've
my
said
God.
over and over and over and over again
Oh
to
my
have your
God.
next witness ready to go?
You know, so our best efforts have been made to make that happen. The person, I'm not gonna represent them or not. I just want to find out where they are before I say something different. to the
Can we
court.
know who the mystery witness is?
Right.
I intend that it will be G. Baker that we put on the list this morning.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
G. Baker, who arrested Quindarius Safry.
So it's
G. Baker, I think is what she's saying.
a police officer.
Yep.
And they just let you
And-
know today.
Okay, well, is there somebody else if that witness isn't available?
No.
I mean, frankly, I'd rather that a witness get I don't want anybody inconvenienced, but I'd rather you have an extra witness here.
Every
than
day.
We have an hour left with the jury, but nothing to fill their time.
Yes, Your Honor.
I cannot with this case.
Okay, anyway, well, so how much longer are you gonna have with this witness? 30 minutes more with this witness?
10, 15, I have about, I can count the questions for the court.
Okay, again, this is redirect.
It's supposed to be short.
So these are-
I don't want you to count the questions.
Just give us this time.
I just want you to stay focused. Do we have an answer to the question, how long the next witness is away?
Oh, Doug has been asking for time limits. This is why. This right here is why. She has bad habits.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, let's just continue with the redirect, and then there may or may not be any recross, and then we'll see if the witness is here yet, and they better be.
They're probably not going to show up because you should have stopped her at the 15-minute mark and not given her an additional 15.
Serious, I know. Okay, so let's get the witness and get the jury.
She's wasting people's time. Skipping this.
They want to inquire of I wanted to inquire of one of our investigators about their efforts to secure one of the witnesses and the difficulty that we have had with respect to that witness. I expect that witness will be coming in. It's the one that we've been discussing, but I think it's pertinent information.
Not right now, and frankly, it doesn't matter if you have a particular witness. What you have been instructed is to have enough witnesses to fill the day.
That's it.
Okay, so if one witness is difficult, then you need to have another one lined up. Let's get the jury.
It's not
please.
hard. They should have at least 3 scheduled for the day, just in case. Jeez. All right, let's see the jury back in. We got a bit of TiVo time.
Or, yes, ma'am. Did you detail in your report an incident regarding Kenneth Copeland, his child's mother, and his child being shot at on February 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the description of the vehicle that Kenneth Copeland said participated in that shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that after that shooting, you spoke with both Kenneth Copeland and his child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that that happened on February 21st, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report, you were asked regarding by Mr. Steele, you were asked about your questions to Kenneth Copeland and the gray Infinity or Maxima. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report whether or not you were looking for a Pontiac Bonneville around February 21st, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell in your report
She's going back to listing everything in the report. You don't need to do that.
asking Kenneth Copeland about waiting so long to talk about the date of the homicide incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report him stating that he was not a snitch?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that only after you talked to Kenneth Copeland did you begin to learn or investigate Jeffrey Williams' rental of that Hertz Infinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the information that you got from one witness that may or may not have been consistent with the information you got from another witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to this line of questioning under 403.
And Your Honor,
Thank you,
my
Max.
response is when the question was asked about what he did not put in his report, I think it's important that since that the jury is aware of what all he did put in his report.
Overruled.
I cannot. That's why she's doing this. Because Max asked that question.
Did you
6 more
detail
minutes.
in your report
6
who
more
it
minutes.
was that was in the room with you at the time that you interviewed Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed him on August 5th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed Diamante Kendricks on October 6th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that the date that you spoke with Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson at the time was October 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report confronting Mr. Wright about giving a false name?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report taking Mr. Wright anywhere for him to show you particular places?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked on cross-examination regarding the date that you took out warrants, and you said that it was October 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you took those warrants out the day after you went with Spencer Wright to a certain location on
Yes.
October 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
She really is Paulette. All of our suit jokes and all of that. Punishing everybody. It's like, just get to it. Are you done with the report?
Did you detail in your report what you observed when you arrived on scene on January 10th, 2015 at 21:15 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report seeing yellow crime scene tape restricting pedestrian and vehicle traffic into the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who you met with when you reported on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who escorted you through the scene and showed you tangible evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report being advised that Mr. Thomas Jr. had passed away from his injuries?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the lighting on the streets of 330 McDaniel Street at the time you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that the lighting did not require additional support lights for processing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your reports that there were 3 different shell casings on the street, 3 different types of shell casings on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information that you got from the anonymous person about what may have led to the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you were going to have an autopsy conducted by the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date of birth and address of each of the victims, including Reginald Hendricks and Cordarius Sanders?
Yes, ma'am.
How many of the notepads or when you describe on cross-examination the notepad that you keep notes in through your investigations, what kind of notepad is that? Is that a big notebook like the one in front of me or a small
That's a
one?
binder.
Small one, ma'am.
How many notepads have you kept throughout your time as a homicide investigator?
Relatively none. Once I get through transcribing all my notes over into my case file, I usually refurbish those notepads into working other.
Why don't you just
other
ask
scenes
him
with other
this?
people when I'm not the lead.
How many notepads have you kept? Have you made over the years?
Made over the years, probably close to 200, 300.
Why didn't she just ask him that? I feel so bad for everybody in this courtroom. I feel bad for y'all watching. I feel bad for me.
You were asked about the things that you did not put in your report by on cross-examination. Is there anything that you left out, any other things that you left out of your report?
No, ma'am.
If she ends it right here, I'm gonna be so mad, but happy. All of that, all of those questions, just to say, okay, you didn't put this in your report. Here's what you did put in your report. Did
Your
Doug?
Honor, I think that's all that I have of this witness.
All right, thank
Oh,
you.
thank
Dr.
God.
Steele,
Woo!
from- Mr. Schardt, Mr. Steele.
May I please go?
Okay.
Thank you. Investigator Thorpe, first of all, I just want to clear this up. you spoke about interviewing Kelvin Watts in relation to the murder of Tierra Jones.
Yes,
Okay. And then Ms. Love asked you if that was the case you interviewed Mr. Stillwell about, correct?
Oh, shoot. Sorry, y'all. Max is up
If that
there.
McDonald's told you that the day before or 2 days before, we don't have.
Your Honor, I think that that's all that I have of
My
this.
bad,
All right,
guys.
thank you. Is there recross from anyone? Mr. Schardt, Mr. Steele.
Sorry about that, y'all. We're catching up, though. We're not far back in the feed. We're about 18 minutes. We can skip ahead to Max.
This up. You spoke about interviewing Kelvin Watts in relation to the murder of Tierra Jones.
yes,
Okay. And then Ms. Love asked you if that was the case you interviewed Mr. Stillwell about, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay, let's be clear. You interviewed Mr. Stillwell as a victim in that case, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Okay. The Green Store, that is the location when Kenneth Copeland spoke to you that he claimed to be at. No, let me back up. Kenneth Copeland told you that he was not present at a murder, correct?
Correct.
He told you when you spoke to him in these interrogations that just prior to the murder,
Interviews. Go ahead, sir.
in the interviews, just prior to the murder, his claim was he was at the Green Store.
Yes, I believe that was one, and he said he was in bed.
Okay.
Also, he was at home in the bed.
And then went to the Green Store.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the store that,
Object as to mischaracterization of information that has, of the evidence.
that's absolutely not a mischaracterization. What time did he get out of bed?
I do not know.
Go ahead.
Okay. So after he got out of bed, according to him, he went to the Green Store.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the store that's a block and a half or 2 blocks away from where Mr. Thomas was shot.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then his story to you was after the shooting, he was at the McDonald's.
Yes, sir.
All right. Over the last like 30 minutes or so, I'm not going to go through all of them. Ms. Love asked you about 75 different things that are in your report, right?
Sure.
Okay, the bottom line is your report is thorough, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, your report includes you and Investigator Summer Benton going to the airport
Yes, sir.
to look for rental records in the name of Jeffrey Williams from Hertz Rental or from any rental car company at the airport.
Correct.
Okay. And the reality is at that time, you did not find any records, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That was a negative. You received negative results.
Correct.
Okay. But despite the fact that you got negative results from the rental companies at the airport, you still put your efforts to find evidence in the report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So going to the airport, looking for rental records, not finding them, made your report, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But going to the Green Store, looking for surveillance and not finding it, that didn't make your report.
Yes, sir.
Going to the McDonald's, looking for surveillance and not finding it, that didn't make the report.
Yes, sir.
Going to the convenient or going to the AutoZone or the auto parts store right next to the McDonald's and not filing surveillance, that didn't make the report.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony seems to be the only things that didn't make your report
Your
You
Honor,
would-
I object to the characterization of the testimony. The jury can hear what the testimony
You were
was.
just asked by Miss Love if anything else didn't make the report, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is the only 3 things that didn't make your report are going to the McDonald's, going to the green store, and going to the auto parts store. looking for
That's all that
surveillance.
was
Yes, sir.
missing?
And we can't find your notes.
Correct, sir.
No further questions.
That's all that was
Your Honor-
missing. That's it.
Your Honor, may I ask just one, based on what was just asked, may I ask just, oh,
Come on, Mr. Steele.
Also, real quick, guys, I know that
You have your
these,
supplemental report.
some of these attorneys are available on Twitter and stuff, like, do me a favor, like they're in the courtroom working. Let's not text them or anything like that while they're working, okay? Especially if you're in my chat, just know that.
Report in front of you that Mr. Schardt gave you by any chance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the jurors some of them may not understand this, law enforcement, some may not. So I just want to ask you some questions about reports, okay?
Yes, sir.
You testified already. You made it clear that report writing is something that you studied, you were taught, and you know it from your 30 years of experience. It's critical, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's critical because people rely on what you do, right?
the characterization about people lying on.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you're doing the work, and then later, people like Miss Love and the Honorable.
Objection, Your Honor, as to any reference to, it's not relevant. People like Ms. Love and.
What's your question gonna be?
Prosecutors rely on what you do, right?
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes they're not with you when you're doing it.
Yes, sir.
And people like me who represent people charged with crimes, we rely on what you do. We read your reports. You know that, right?
Yes, sir.
Judges like the Honorable Judge Whitaker listens to things that you say from reports, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And through that process, you want to make sure that you dictate, that you put into your reports everything you can that you did in the case that's material, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, at the bottom of each report, you have to sign and you take an oath and you swear, right?
Yes, sir.
That the report is true, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct,
Yes, sir.
legible,
Yes, sir.
and complete.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you did in this case.
Yes, sir.
And you tell the jurors and you put in all the details of what you did, whether it was negative, positive, or whether it had to get further investigation or not. You put it into the reports, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you want to be fair to everybody and explain to them what you do, right?
Yes, sir.
What you do is important.
Yes, sir.
By not putting in anything, because there's no mention, and if there is a mention, just tell me I missed it. There's no mention of getting the McDonald's video in your report. Am I true?
Yes, sir. You're right.
And there's no mention of getting the video of what we're calling the green store, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're going back approximately 9 years, 8 years, 9.5 years, whatever the date is, to your memory of when you went to the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
But you can't remember who you spoke with at the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
And to be fair to you, are you telling this jury on your oath that McDonald's told you that the day before or 2 days before, we don't have that video?
Your Honor, objection as to the question, it was asked and answered, and to ask if he's telling him under oath to harass and embarrass.
Well, overruled.
Okay, what was that, sir?
You're relying on your memory, right?
Yes, sir.
And your memory, I'm not trying to argue how good or bad your memory is, but the reason you write the reports is so you have something contemporaneous, meaning at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
That's why you bring your notepad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your notepad that you brought with you to the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote down who you spoke with, right?
Yes, sir.
You got a telephone number in case you had to follow up, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw their videos to ensure that they were correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you don't take somebody's word for it, because they could be telling you the truth, but they could be mistaken, right?
Yes, sir.
You have all that information in there, right?
Yes, sir.
You might have even taken the video that they had, right?
Objection, Your Honor. That assumes facts not in evidence, and that question was asked and answered regarding the video.
Sustained is asked and answered.
The notes, though, that you keep those as backup in case there is something inadvertently or intentionally left out of your supplemental report, right?
Yes, sir.
But in this particular case, for whatever reason, those notes have vanished, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember testifying in a case? Do you know who the Honorable Judge Ellerby is
Yes, sir.
in this courthouse? Another judge,
Yes, sir.
powerful like Judge Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember testifying in a case, State of Georgia versus Brandon Kirkland, also
Your
known
Honor,
as Big
objection
Red?
as to relevance.
I don't know what the relevance might be, so I can't
It-
rule on that.
Your Honor, this is a whole other.
Why don't we approach?
I don't know what number we're on for objections, but skipping ahead. Skipping ahead a little bit more. All right, they're coming back now.
And you all, you were up here, pass along what we just said.
Do you remember testifying in or about April 7th, 2016 before the Honorable Judge Ellerby in this courthouse in State of Georgia versus Brandon Kirkland, also known as Big Red, Jonathan Kirkland, also known as Prue, P-R-U?
Yes, sir.
And you're on the same oath that you're under today, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember the prosecutor in that case being Miss Love?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember under questioning by the Honorable Maxwell Schardt in that case?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember explaining that your notes were also not around? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember explaining that once an arrest is made by you, you shred your notes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this case, you didn't shred your notes. You can't find them. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. Now, what does refurbishing notes mean? Is that
No,
your-
no,
go
the
ahead.
first notepad.
Okay, so
reusing the same notepad.
So instead, if you're writing about your and my going to lunch on Notepad, but then you're going to do another day that you're going to eat lunch with the Honorable Keith Adams, you would rip up the parts that you met with me, so you have a refurbished, a clean notepad to talk about when you went to lunch with Mr. Adams. Is that what you're saying?
No, basically, I take a new notepad and I may use it as a notepad as I'm assisting another detective who is the lead. So, or I'm going out on a suicide or a kidnapping or anything death-related investigation. So I'll just use that notepad instead of taking a brand new one
Sure.
and using that one.
So the empty sheets is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you do with the sheets that you wrote about notes on this case? That's the shred?
On this case, I didn't do anything with those. I just can't find the notepad itself.
This case was preserved, but it's
Okay.
vanished.
Okay, talking about the Kirkland case.
No, talk about our case today
Okay.
that you're sworn under.
Okay.
That's the one that vanished. You can't
Correct.
find it. Okay.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk with you. Since we don't have the notes, you didn't give those notes to the district attorney's office, correct?
No, sir.
All right. So all we have to go on, all the jury has, is your memory that we don't have that recording for the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
Same question for the Green Store, just your word.
Yes, sir.
Now, with regards to questions that you asked on redirect examination by Ms. Love, that there were certain people in this case that you charged with murder on or about October 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And one of those people was Mr. Sledge, who came out, right?
Yes, sir.
One of those people was Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember stating that you're aware that the district attorney's office did not charge the offense of murder of Donovan Thomas to Mr. Sledge? You aware of that? You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And same with Mr. Copeland. They did not
Yes, sir.
charge him with that either. You never charged Jeffrey Williams with murder of Donovan Thomas, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You never charged Jeffrey Williams with any crimes, fair to say?
Yes, sir. Fair to say.
You know the district attorney's office hasn't charged Jeffrey Williams with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Well, actually, I'll let him go with that one. I thought he was going to ask a different question. I withdraw the objection.
All right.
You're aware of that, correct?
Okay, repeat that again, sir.
Sure. You're aware that the district attorney's office through the grand jury did not charge Jeffrey Williams with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you have any information that you can share with the jury that Jeffrey Williams was in possession of the Infiniti rental car, gray, from Hertz on January 9th of 2015?
Nothing that I discovered. No, sir.
Same question for the next day, January 10th of 2015. Any information you could share with this jury that Jeffrey Williams was in possession of that same rental Infiniti vehicle?
No, sir. Not on my investigation. No, sir.
January 11th, you realize that's the day it's returned?
Yes,
You
sir.
don't remember, okay. Do you have any information to share with this jury that Jeffrey
Your
Williams?
Honor, as it relates to this portion regarding the objection about the scope, I would object that it goes beyond.
Sustained.
I have no other questions.
All right. Very briefly, Ms. Love.
Thank you.
Here we go.
And Detective Thorpe, I know nobody in here believes that I'm going to be brief, but I really am going to be brief. With respect to what Mr. Steele just asked you about not putting anything else of value into the report or leaving anything out, did you put in your report that you took gunshot residue samples off Kenneth Copeland's hands at the time that you interviewed him?
I believe I didn't.
You did not?
I believe I did. I can't recall.
Could you please look at your report and see if it refreshes your memory?
What page would you be looking at, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Just the page where you talk about your January 10th, 11th rather, interview with Kenneth Copeland.
All right.
Jurors, I'm gonna remind y'all, if there's some time like this where there's a pause when a witness is looking at something or looking for something and y'all feel the need to stand up and stretch, please feel free to do that, okay? Especially towards the end of the day.
No, ma'am.
As you sit here today, do you recall whether you did a gunshot residue test on Kenneth Copeland's hands?
Yes, I did.
How do you know that you did?
By the video. I believe it was on the video.
And was that something substantial that you considered during your investigation that you did
Yes, ma'am.
gunshot residue?
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you put it in your report then?
Overlook.
Okay. Now, did you put in your report all of the information that you included or that you asked Kenneth Copeland about in your interviews with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put every piece of information in the report that you talked to? And when I say every piece, I mean, did you put every detail of your interview with Kenneth Copeland into your report?
No, ma'am. That's why the video is included and say refer to details
Okay.
from the video.
Did you put in your report that after you took gunshot residue from Kenneth Copeland's hands, that you resumed your interview with him?
No, ma'am.
Did you resume your interview with him at about 4:00 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, you were asked on recross by Mr. Schardt, I believe, whether Kenneth Copeland said after he got up, he went to the green store. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report exactly what Kenneth Copeland told you he did in chronological order after he got up?
No, ma'am.
Is it recorded on the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland tell you that after he got up, he left his girl's house and that his brother gave him his car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you that after he got up, he went and got a Band-Aid for his mouth?
Your Honor, objection. This is outside the scope of cross.
Your Honor, I'm asking information that Mr. Schardt pulled up regarding what Kenneth Copeland did after he got up. Mr. Schardt specifically asked him, did he tell you he went to the green store after he got up?
Overruled, but let's keep in mind that we're on redirect at this point. Ask if whatever the necessary few questions are, and let's be done with this witness.
Yes, Your Honor. On January the 11th, while you're talking to Kenneth Copeland, do you tell him exactly what time Mr. Thomas Jr. gets shot?
No, ma'am.
So do you have any way of getting from Mr. Copeland exactly how long it was before or after Mr. Thomas got shot that he actually got up from his girlfriend's house?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Steele asked you, at the time that you made the arrests in October of 2015, did you have the Hertz rental records that the DA's office were able to get?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And on recross, you were asked by Mr. Steele whether or not you charged Jeffrey Williams with any crime
No, I did not charge.
in October 2015.
No, I did not.
At the time that you took out those warrants in October 2015, did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented the gray Infiniti?
No, I did not.
I have no more questions.
Whew. Everybody exhale. We're done. We hope.
You were asked about if your report included verbatim what Kenneth Copeland said to you in the interviews. Remember that?
Yes,
Okay, you didn't need to put what he said verbatim because it's on a video, right?
correct.
You were asked about the gunshot residue. Whether you put that collection of the gunshot residue from Kenneth Copeland, whether you put that in your report, right?
Correct.
And you didn't because you didn't need to because that was on video, correct?
Correct.
All right, where is the video of you going to McDonald's and asking for surveillance?
Objection, Your Honor. that was asked and answered about the,
Ob-
there's
overruled.
assuming facts
Where's
not
the-
in evidence
where's
about
that
a
video?
video. Not,
Overruled.
okay.
Okay, well, I wouldn't have a video of myself going into McDonald's.
Okay.
So that was never recorded on a video, or I did not do a digital audio recording of that either.
Cool. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you. You are excused.
That's it. That is it. It doesn't need to be these long, drawn out
Another
things.
witness available?
They don't have another witness
Okay,
available.
well, this is ideally and far too early to be finishing the day. I will say we have I have an email that says that a fire alarm is going to go off at 5 p.m. That's a test. So I guess we'll at least avoid that. Sometimes they go on for a long time and they're really loud. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you all at 9 a.m. Remember, only the evidence that comes through the witnesses on the stand in this case is what you are supposed to be deciding this case based on. So don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't allow anybody else to talk to you about the case. Don't research in any way, internet or otherwise. Don't watch, listen to, absorb in any way any kind of media accounts about this case or anybody involved in it. And I will see y'all in the morning. Thank you.
All right, jury's leaving for the day.
All right, a couple of matters. First of all, Miss Love, that needs to be the absolute last time that you don't have enough witnesses to carry us at least until 5. And if it happens again and there is something less than an earthquake, an 8-car pileup, somebody died, 3 people died, and so none of the witnesses were available,
Yeah.
I may just say you can't have that witness, because at this point in this incredibly long trial, to have to end at 4:25 is not a good use of anybody's time. Do you understand?
I do.
All right. I have, and have yes, some of y'all also got, and y'all who didn't, I forwarded a very lengthy email from Miss Merchant regarding Mr. Arnold, who is her client, and
Ashley
the
Merchant.
information that she received very recently that he might be called as a witness this week. And it appears, and I know you know this, Ms. Love, because you got the email too, but that she told the state a long time ago that she was not going to be available certain dates. And she also asked, because I have reviewed in camera portions of her correspondence with you at this point, that you give her at least 7 days notice if you were going to call, or when you were going to call Mr. Arnold. So she's on vacation. She has a leave of absence. I don't know what your plan is, but have you worked that out?
Your Honor, what I asked, and I'm not sure if it was conveyed, was whether there was anyone else that she was willing to let come in and, in her stead. But I can tell you that the reason that we moved up the time frame for her client has to do with our
Challenges with other witnesses?
Yes, and so given that, I understand that Ms. Merchant wants 7 days in advance.
Well, that's not as much the issue as
She's not
the
there.
fact that if she can't be here and he's still going to be on the stand, then you need to not start him.
Right, I understand that. If she had someone that he was okay with being here, then, you know, and
Okay.
that was.
All right, so you and she have worked that out then?
No, I haven't had a chance to talk to her. I
Okay.
had someone talking to her on my behalf.
Okay.
I'll respond to her
All right.
and say that, because
But
that- if she
I
didn't.
I haven't responded, even though it got sent directly to me, because I don't normally do that. But if you would please let her know that, as far as I'm concerned, she's not expected to cut her leave off.
No, I
that
understand.
You need to work around that.
And we were, yes, I
Okay.
was, yes.
All right.
That's fine.
A couple of other things. So I haven't been able to review in full the briefs that Ms. Abbasi and the state provided on the overt acts, but with regard to one of them, and I don't even know if you have either, because she, I think, sent it this morning, but there was indication in her letter brief that the issue at the jail may have been a self-defense issue. And so I would like to see the video
Okay.
and find out whether there was any evidence at all of a shank being on Bussy or whatever his name is.
I think that he took one. I think there was one after, but I will show you the video. I think that
Okay.
that's easy enough to do. We can,
All
we
right.
can send that to the board.
Okay. And then finally, when I started looking through all of the in-camera looking in camera through all of the correspondence between the state and various attorneys for one-time co-defendants, you know, it's at this point about this thick, which is a lot. And I am wondering, and I know that I'm kind of the one that said, do you want me to do it in camera? But do you have an objection to just providing all of it to the defense? Because frankly, I'd rather they do the work than me. And you may just.
I would prefer if the court would allow us to just review them, given.
All right, I'll trudge through it, but it's going to take me a while because as y'all know, I'm here with you every day. So. Okay. All right, anything else? Which one? The well, we did once, but. So can we try this again?
Yeah, I just heard, guys,
For
that
some reason, I do not know why, this keeps resetting itself to 40% volume today. So it's.
while we get on that, just letting y'all know, I just got word that Diddy is being held without bond. His request for bail has been denied. Let's keep going.
100% now. So let me.
It's a good question, Team Peterson. I read her bio last week. I forget.
Well, you've just got really good hearing then.
He also pled not guilty on all counts. All right, what's going on in the courtroom?
Okay, so everybody that comes up to the bench, hold it close to your mouth. And also at the same time, talk into the little box for Miss Winfrey. We'll do the best we can. And if there is ever a time, I'll just remind the defendants that you cannot hear what is being said. Let me know and we can review for you what it was that was said. Okay, everybody understand that? Yes? Yes, okay, wonderful. All right, is there any other matter in the half hour extra that we have that anybody wants to bring up or deal with? Everyone just wants to go home.
I'll put this in writing just for ease, but on it's pronounced nice. The firearms, nice. NIBIN, on the NIBIN report. For two different officers, I just want to alert the state again, just as a courtesy to Mr. Williams and everyone. There are two firearms that are listed that were seized in the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home. I'll put it in writing again, but I just, I'm not trying to delay things. So I just want to make the state aware, and I will put it in writing, but you have it on for two witnesses.
Make sure those witnesses don't mention anything about those firearms. Yes, make it clear because he's
bringing it to your attention. I'm bringing it to your attention. These are professionals anyway, so once you tell them that, that should not happen. Okay. All right. Yes.
Assuming QZ is not here tomorrow, and is the plan that we are just going down the list that was provided this morning? Is that,
I don't know what the plan is.
I'm just trying to figure
Who
out
are
what
your-
materials to bring tomorrow.
This is such a disaster.
Your Honor, as I said, we have rearranged and are rearranging. And as a result of
This is about Quindarius Zachary.
the
little
change in circumstances. And as we have to rearrange that, we are not putting up who we intended to put up. And so we are rearranging in real time, and we have people doing that and working on that. And so that's where we are. And I don't know.
All right.
We found out some
You're
information.
so mysterious all the time, Miss Love. Is it your plan, if Mr. Zachary is available, to call him? And if not, could you share with everybody else who you plan to call instead?
Yes,
Amy?
it's our plan to call
Okay.
him if he is available.
All right.
And yes, when I speak with our team to see who is now next up and available tomorrow, I will share that with them.
When will that be?
Well,
It's 4:35 right now. 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, I think we'd be able to tell because they've been out.
Okay.
Is that a real 6 o'clock? Because we were supposed to get it yesterday by 8 o'clock, and it didn't come until 5 something this morning.
Wow.
So,
I don't
that's-
know.
They're going in.
I mean, we just
It's
need to know
a-
what to
yeah.
bring tomorrow.
They need
Your
to
Honor, it's,
prepare.
Well, I mean, it'll at least be somebody off of this list that y'all came up with at 5:57 this morning, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
the other,
So y'all will know that much. She'll endeavor to do the best she can to get you the other information at 6 once you miss Love.
yes.
The big list, Your Honor.
I sure will.
Y'all, we covered some of them today. It's not that big of a list. Y'all are all professionals, and you've been prepping this trial for who knows how long now. Okay, anything else? All right. All right. I feel like can we do 9 o'clock? Or I feel like every time I say, let's come back for lunch at the same time as the jury, or let's start at the same time as the jury, that we've got 5 things that need to get dealt with. So we'll give it a test. 9 o'clock tomorrow. All right, we're adjourned.
Oh, this one was hard, y'all. Wow, what a long day. Filled with all types of things. There have been all types of updates. We still don't have an update on little D, Quindarius Zachary. His attorney was in the courtroom this morning, basically saying that he needs to go to the hospital and figure out what his status is like. And then, if he's cleared, then he will testify. But yeah, poor thing is going through a lot. He really is. He really is. Shout out to the Fit Lawyer AT. I'm going to come to the bottom of the list first. She says, I was waiting on that denial. And when she says that, we're talking about Diddy. He moved to New York in order to turn himself in. What? And they still publicly arrested him. That says a lot. He's been selling assets and paying off mortgages. He might not get bail at all. Yeah, he's going to be appealing his bail. So that's going to be taking place tomorrow morning, and we'll get the results of that one. It's been a long time coming for Diddy. I read you guys the indictment, and we looked at just how long they have been investigating him. And we knew that there were tapes. We knew that he was blackmailing people with the tapes. All these lawsuits have been coming in since November of last year. It's so hard to juggle both of these things, But what I'll probably do for anybody that missed that is after this live stream, after I eat and all that, I'm just going to clip the part where we talked about the Diddy stuff, and I will post that into like a shorter 15, 20-minute video of me reviewing the indictment, and also us reacting to the live press conference that took place earlier today before the bail hearing. So the bail has been denied as of right now, and tomorrow he will be appealing it. But the Fit Lawyer ATL, thank you so much, sis. You already know how much you mean to me and both the lead attorney. Thank you so much for all your support. And, you know, an attorney in your own right, you're busy, you're doing your thing. And, you know, it's always great to see that, that support here. So real quick, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring us all the way to the Cash App crew, because there are a lot of you guys today. We didn't really have much time for breaks because of the Diddy thing. So I'm just going to read them all right now before we go. So going all the way to about 10 a.m. this morning. First one I think I have is DC. DC sent me $50. Thank you so much, DC. She says spa day or pup cups for YSL Luna. Thank you so much, DC. I also saw you bless Gail, so that was very, very sweet of you. Really appreciate that. Thank you, DC. She's sister to this channel, always here. Appreciate it, DC. Shout out to Roger, who hits me with the 20. Roger says, I'm gonna be quiet. Great channel. Thank you so much, Roger. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Liz with $1. Liz says, with 1,000 questions and didn't prove anything. Yeah, I love really she was dragging on the afternoon. I think it's because they knew that they weren't going to have Little D there. For her to go through 75 things, and then we find out at the end of the day that she didn't have another witness ready. I think that was a total stall, and the world just saw that. Waste of taxpayer dollars, and they need to be more efficient with this. Miss Love got the final warning today, like, hey, if you are not ready, then I'm not going to allow you to bring the witness in. So finally, we get something from the judge, right? Shout out to Freddie with the 5, says, just came to hit the like button. Freddie B, be back soon. Thank you so much, Freddie. Thank you so much for sliding in. Shout out to, that is payment. Shout out to MUSC TV with the 2, says Max is cooking up there for the win for the defense. Max did a great job today. And I actually polled my members. If you are a member, we have a poll going on. I put it up last night. And that poll is basically looking at some upcoming video topics and ideas. And one of them is the best of Max Schardt. You guys have been voting for that. That's in the #1 spot. So if you haven't voted already, check out my community tab, and that's how you can participate. Members only, though. Just for members. Shout out to Kelly Cal. I already answered it. She sent me a $20 Venmo, asked me a question, and I answered that. Thank you so much, Kelly Cal. Shout out to MUSC TV with $1, says something has to be done with all this nonsense. I mean, it needs to be done. But it looks like the judge put her foot down today, so that was good. Coming to the top, let's go to Leah, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Lee, sorry, I almost did it, Lee. Lee, across the pond, started us off with 5 memberships. Thank you, Lee. Always appreciate you, sis. You know, you're here every day and always supported the chatter. Good. Thank you, Lee. Shout out to Natasha, who became a member. Welcome, Natasha, to our community. You're going to love it here. Welcome. Shout out to Michelle with the 2, says, everyone, good morning. Let's get the likes up. Yeah. We had a little bit of a slow start, but there was a lot going on today. It was Rich Homie Kwan's funeral as well. So there were many different things happening, and everybody's attention's over here and over there and over there. It's, you do what you can, right? So thank you so much, Michelle. Shout out to Charlotte with the $1. Charlotte, I think I remember when you dropped this. Charlotte must be new at super chatting. Whenever you want to change the dollar amount, you just have to move the dial up. So I hope you see this on replay later, Charlotte. Thank you so much. Full drinking and half thinking, we caught that. Gifted 20 memberships. Thank you. Shout out to D with the super sticker, kicking us off this morning. I did get Brandon Lesko's as well. Ended up sending, I'll send him an email, but he's asking about dog bandanas. We do have one that says, I did these crimes. Those are available. In fact, here's a surprise in the merch store. Y'all want to know what I have up there now? Where's Rico? That has been added to the merch store last night. So if you're interested, I think it's 20% off right now. You might want to check it out. Shout out to Maritza, who became a member. Welcome, Maritza. Shout out to D-Man with the $1. Appreciate you. Shout out to Faith, who became a member. Welcome, Faith. Shout out to Mel, who became a member. Welcome, Mel. Shout out to Unique Maine with the 5, says, I heard Rico got lost on its way to the YSL house, so it decided to go where it's welcome. So it ended up with Diddy and had to take it to the party. Yeah. Rico was at the freak offs, apparently. Shout out to Kelly Kell with the 5, says, did Miss Love go to the spa? She's too calm. What is she planning? Also, I'm annoyed that school is getting in the way of my trial watch. Isn't that funny, Kelly? But yes, she was very, very calm with this witness at the start of the day, and then it went off of the rails after Max asked the witness basic questions about things missing from his report. That's it. And then it turned into this spiral for the rest of the afternoon. So thank you so much, Kelly Kell. Really appreciate you. And I hope your first classes of your 2L year are going well. Shout out to Antoine with the 2, says, I found Rico. He is in New York with Diddy. Yes. And you guys were like anxious to get going and see what the Diddy update was. So we did do that. Thank you, Antoine. Shout out to FFS with the 2, says, still just got BBL love so flustered. He did. He does. I mean, they get in, it looks like they get under each other's skin. Shout out to SC Fan Dog with the 5, says, love doesn't sit down. She flops down. That chair's only recourse is to squeak for help. Squeak. Seriously. 3, 2, 1, squeak. Thank you so much, SC Dog Fan. Shout out to Kelly Applegate. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you, Kelly. Kelly, I think you sent me an email. And when I read it, I was very, very proud and very, very happy. So I will ask if it's okay to share that more broadly. But thank you, Kelly. And I hope you are doing well as well. Shout out to King Hefe Joe. Jaffe Joe? Hefe? Hafe? With the 2, he says, no snitches in the court, I see. Yes. Shout out to a girl from Texas, 87. Sis, you had me crying, laughing in the chat yesterday. I forgot what your joke was, but it was so funny. Always love seeing you participate in the chat. Nene, our favorite Aussie from across the world, actually, gifted 5 memberships. Nene, so super sweet. She always does it almost every stream. Thank you, Nene. Very, very nice of you. Shout out to D with the 2, says AV working OT with Diddy and YSL. Yeah, I'll be honest, guys. I'm exhausted. We streamed till about 2 o'clock in the morning last night. I was editing in between that time. There's still other things I need to edit and get out. We're working really hard. So I appreciate that you guys chose to watch with me today, especially on a day where I'm a little sleepy. So I know that the energy hasn't been as up as it usually is, but I appreciate you guys sticking with me today. So thank you so much, D. Shout out to Vernisha with the 2, says, I vote for the names must be named merch. We are going to need that. That I think should probably be the next one, Vernisha. So I will definitely add that. Thank you so much. Shout out to Unique Maine with the 2, says, damn, I just realized this is the squirrel brain. This detective is the squirrel brain that Woody mentioned. Yeah, it's hilarious. Woody is he's still kind of impacting the trial in a way, right? His essence is lingering. Shout out to his old lady who became a member. Welcome, welcome, lady. I appreciate having you here. Shout out to Spit and Fire with the 2, says, is this who Woody said has a squirrel brain? Yes, that was the person. Shout out to Unique Man with another 2, says, I believe Love got her law degree out of, what is that, a French cookie? Actually, that's hilarious. I'm a little slow and tired, but that is so funny, Unique Man. Shout out to JC with the 2, says, Rico, Waldo, and Carmen San Diego hiding all together. There they are. There they are. We've been looking for them. Shout out to Jeff J with the $2 super sticker. Thank you so much, Jeff. Shout out to Swamp Living with the 10, says, do Love think she wins this? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what happens with the thinking, because sometimes it's like to spite things, but honestly, I think she knew that the next witness was not ready, and that was a complete stall. And that's just not cool. You know, these people are actually coming to court every day. They're tired. They're exhausted. Both the jury, the attorneys, the defendants, everybody's exhausted. This is a tiring case. Imagine how, like, we're doing this all from home or, you know, during the course of our workday and things of the like. But imagine if you are a defendant in this case and you have to like go through little issues like this. It's crazy. Thank you, Swamp Living. Shout out to Paint and Sound with the 5, says, I got a jury letter just last week. Help me, save me, AV. Well, listen, you got to get picked for the jury. So if it's jury duty, then you still might be okay. Let us know how it goes. Let us know how it goes. Shout out to Nikki who gifted 5 memberships. Nikki, you're the best. Thank you for doing that. Fangirl Jen, another fave with the 2, says, why can't Love talk like a normal human? I don't know. I really don't know, Jen. I wish I could answer that question for you. Shout out to Jeff with a dollar super sticker. Appreciate you, Jeff. Shout out to Orlando with the 10, says this is what real Rico looks like. Yes. When you dropped this, Orlando, is around the time that we were at the Rico press conference for Diddy, because Diddy is being charged with Rico too. And that looked and sounded completely different from the YSL RICO charges, because remember, Diddy's are on a federal level, so it is a little bit more intense. But that is, to your point, what real RICO looks like. Shout out to Mantra with the 2, says, guess Rico was with Diddy all along. Yeah, it was. It was hanging out with him. Shout out to Danielle with the 5, says, to prove Rico in the feds, you don't have to prove overt acts. Diddy is done for, especially since this is from the feds. Totally agree, Danielle. Couldn't agree more. Thanks again. And thank you for that email this morning. Shout out to Montreux with $1. Appreciate you, Montreux. Shout out to Unique Maine again with another 5. Says, nah, 1,000 plus baby oil. So you telling me Diddy was the reason baby's running around ashy? That's diabolical. He said, you too young to have soft skin. Oh my gosh. He was just 1,000 bottles of lubricant and baby oil in his house. Just having it for these events it's not even an event. I mean, these really atrocious gatherings. I don't know. I don't even want to think about it. So gross. Shout out to Black Orchid with the 5, says, will they cancel his music as well as artists associated with him? I think a lot of people have started to back off. I saw the Kardashians kind of back off, back in May after his apology video. A lot of people stopped associating with him. Like the Fit Lawyer ATL said, he's been selling assets for the last few months. So this is a big deal. Shout out to, thanks again, Black Orchard. Shout out to Unique Men with the 5. He says, I bet Jay-Z and his worker are out there putting in a bunch of overtime, deleting everything. Even if it's a constant, a contested video, delete. No, I hear you. People are getting rid of that stuff. Unique Man with another 2 says Thanksgiving and Christmas came early for people in the feds. That's right. Shout out to Fit Lawyer ATL. I did cover this earlier. We were talking about that. So thank you again, Fit Lawyer ATL. Shout out to Carissa, who became a member. Shout out to the Lioness, the Huntress with the 2, says, I object to these allergies. Do you have allergies? I hope you feel better. Those are not fun. Shout out to Dark Skin Jermaine, the writer, with the 2. He says he barbecued chicken cooked. Yeah, Diddy's done for. Especially if they deny bail. And his bail offer was pretty huge. It was like several million. And including the jet, like Fit Lawyer ATL said, and they said no. And they're freezing his assets. They're taking his money. It is not looking good for Diddy at all. Thank you so much, Dark Skin Jermaine. Shout out to FFS with the 2, says, did he question Ronald McDonald and Grimace? This is around that crazy questioning. Shout out to Unique Man again with the 2, says, liar, liar, pants on fire. Shout out to Miss L Bookie with the 5, says, Chef Schardt be cooking. Yeah, I cannot wait to put that video together, guys. I just need to sit down and do it. We got to film it and hand it off to the editors and put that out for y'all this week. Really want to do that this weekend. You guys know I'm a big fan of Max. Really wanted to get him on the show. So if we can, put together his best moments. And he even had like a good win today as well. Like even with Love doing all these shenanigans and 2 questions, he was able to get the question he was looking for. And that is what recross looks like, So thank you so much, Miss L Boogie. Shout out to FFS. I did cover this one with the 5. He says AV stream has, we had about 5,000 watchers and we were at 50%. He said, I say do a lockout till those numbers get bumped up. Let's do better, chat. Yes. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that. Nene, our favorite Aussie, she sends Australian bucks. She says, AV, didn't Gaither say that she went to McDonald's also on her own? Yeah, they tend to do some of this stuff on their own, but it doesn't include a track record, or since it wasn't in the report, we don't have footage to corroborate that story. It's a great observation, Nene. Shout out to Mom Plus Kids TV with the 2, says, if you didn't document it, i.e. notes it didn't happen, it's questionable, right? Great observation. Shout out to Clarissa, who became a member. Welcome, Clarissa. Shout out to Botanical Shield. Botanic Shield, who became a member. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Honey Love with the 2, says, how long do you think the jury will be out for a verdict? I think they would be tired. So I would guesstimate that maybe about a day and a half. but there's all this evidence. So it could actually take a lot longer. Look at how many witnesses there are. In a normal trial, it usually ranges from a couple of hours to like a day and a half. But sometimes in situations like this, where this trial is the longest in Georgia history, it could take many days. So we will see, honey love, but that's my guesstimate is a few days. Shout out to Candy with the 20 says, wow, hey AV, hey fam, just popping back in. Whitaker's not having it today. Whoo, child, boo. Yes, it is. It's about time that she finally put her foot down with her, because they've been letting the state get away with a lot of unpreparedness, and it's just not effective or timely lawyering. And do these guys get a fair and speedy trial? So thank you so much. Shout out to Identity with the £2 says, has a juror post trial said NG going to DA gas? I don't know. Sometimes I try to spell check for you guys. I have no idea what this means, Identity. And you know, I'm running on fumes right now. I'm so tired trying to figure things out. But thank you so much, Identity. I hope next time, I hope I can get it right and answer the question for you. Shout out to Eric with the 2 says, love is the stall queen. Yes, we all knew what she was doing. Thank you, Eric. Shout out to Starfly with the 2 says, I've fallen and I can't get up. DA love. Yeah, definitely stalling. Shout out to Mr. H34 with the 5 says, I left alive for 20 minutes and just came back and this chick is still talking. Yeah, she was. She totally was. Shout out to Michelle with the 10 says, seriously, AV, is love trying to put to sleep the jury, or how could she disregard the judge's decision and disrespect all the people in the room? Now, it's an excellent question, Michelle. I think that really what she was doing was stalling. And that was apparent. The title of this stream should be Stalling and Scraping. Thank you so much. Shout out to AV Body Treatments. Treats Thomas with the 5 says, this is for the hard work today. Thank you. That actually really means a lot to me. I have really worked hard and there's still a lot to do. So one thing at a time, right? Thanks so much. Shout out to D with the 2. D says, hear love go yelling, screaming at the witnesses. Yeah, and it's always when she gets flustered or frustrated. Shout out to Lee with the 5 says, love might be boring, but AV and chat are amazing. So it balances out, right? Thank you so much, Lee. I hope you're having a great day over there. Shout out to Michelle with the 2 says, my God, this is a joke, right? No, it was not. Your eyes did not deceive you. Shout out to JC with the 2 says, yes, recross. Next up, Steele. Yes, Steele did a great job too. Shout out to Green Eyes with the 5 says, your boy back. Had to go to Walmart to buy baby oil before Diddy bought the rest. I see AV looking real mixed today. She got the egg white shampoo. What you know about egg white shampoo? Like people use these things to like invigorate protein in your hair. I'm going to start going natural a little bit more lately. So you guys will be seeing the natural look here and there. Shout out to Chamelza. Miss Davis with the 5. Thank you, Miss Davis, with the super sticker. Appreciate you. Shout out to Green Eyes back again with another 10. Says, Diddy about to be the first man to get baby oil put on his books. Having killers walking around all lathered up. If they really want to punish him, send him to a female prison. Okay, I'm done. All right, he's cutting up. I thought you were done. Look at this 5. He says, I can tell you who else is exhausted. Okay, all right. Enough, Green Eyes. He cuts up a little bit way too much. Shout out to way too many me's with the 2 says, AV, you're Daphne with horns. God's prettiest angels. Oh my gosh, thank you. That was sweet. That was sweet. Well, listen, that concludes the reading of the super chats. I'm going to cut up this Diddy portion, put that out immediately. Got a little bit more editing to do, so y'all be seeing a lot more from Team AV. Reminders, we have 20% off of our new merch that y'all been wanting. All that Mook Tube sayings, all those sayings are up. So those are available for purchase right now. Members, remember you have an open poll that we put up last night as well. Okay, I'm gonna go get something to eat. Y'all stay safe out there. I will see you tomorrow. See you in the next one. Bye.